Backstage.
There we
Backstage.
go. All right. We're in part 5.
We're back.
We're back. Okay, so Michelle, hopefully you can find us.
He's trying to find her, looking all into the laptop.
We're all like,
I don't know if there's a shadow on her face or something, but it looks like she scribbled on her face. Maybe I don't know. I was kind of curious. Michelle, can you explain your profile photo to us, please? That'd be fantastic. So why don't we talk, guys?
yeah, bro, let's
What's
talk.
been on your mind lately? I'm a little point.
What do you want? Like personal stuff, business stuff, heart stuff,
Let's
no
talk
stuff?
personal stuff since we have no shame. How'd you lose your virginity?
Oh.
I am still a virgin.
I knew it.
That's why I'm here. No.
Whoa, that's ballsy. I
love
like
it.
it. I like your style, friends. I'm looking at this. Oh, good times, guys. Sorry, I'm having a moment. Anyways, so I heard you're losing your virginity. That's exciting. Is it
Yeah,
going to
bro.
be today?
No, I'm just waiting for Olympia Day.
Or are you just like waiting for like the? What do you mean Olympia? What do you mean Olympia Day?
Have you not seen Chaos, the
Oh,
show?
I thought you were talking about Olympia Gym.
That's in Jim with his
Yeah.
ex.
Oh. I was thinking about the one-legged stripper.
Right. Do Sean? Do we want to choose violence today?
No, John, I knew you were
Do
going to
we
say that.
want to choose violence
I
today?
told Nazneen that we're gonna go talk about her business first, and John's gonna give her some valuable advice.
So we're not choosing violence today.
No, but we can choose to get violent as we
as
progress.
the time goes on.
Can I be violent after you leave?
Hey, bro. Yes,
If
actually, I'll watch
the
that.
tree falls in the forest, do we hear it? Anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
so
Are you
let me
gonna crunch
let,
cans on your head? Is that kind of violence?
let me give your guest some marketing advice. So, but I want to hit it from a different angle, which is, Nas, you're beautiful, you're smart, you're very intelligent. Like, what is it that you truly desire to experience out of this life? I know that we all want to receive love and give love, but if there's one thing, like if I know, and it's so redundant and people, talk about it, but if like money really wasn't an object, like how would you spend your day? What kind of work or what kind of lifestyle would you feel is like worth a satisfying life for you? What does that look like? Doing what?
It's really giving back. And I would say it hits multiple different things. I enjoy working in business and helping others in kind of any way I can. And I know what my skills are and what I'm good at. So I like to help people emotionally and then also in business and just helping them feel fulfilled. Also doing charity work, like specifically with kids, is that's really important to me. Um, and then also dancing and enjoying my life and having fun as well. But yeah, travel, building an empire of where I can help the world. That's really where
So
that's what I do.
I want to touch on dancing first because I'm just going in order of things that make me uncomfortable, right? So we'll start with dancing. My legitimately, my cousin, like second cousin, not blood related, but she's Shakira, and I can't fucking dance for shit. She came to
yep.
my Thanksgiving dinners, can't fucking dance.
Really?
She took all the dancing genetics from our entire family line for generations.
Oh man, so your hips do lie.
My hips are fucking liars when my feet are connected to them. When my quads are good and they're tied to my knees, my hips are also there. Good answer. Does that? Okay. Don't ask me to stand up, dude. It is. I don't even know how to put it into words. We'll skip that. But the point is that dancing for you is like that creative expression. What
Yeah.
I appreciate it of your dancing, from what I'm seeing, is the freeness that you have. There's no shame. It's just pure expression Was that something that you always had, or was, that something that you had to develop over time? Because for some people it's getting on camera, for other people it's dancing. For you, were you always just so comfortable with your body and movement?
I would say yes, because when I was since I was very young, we've always had music kind of blasting. That was, I think, a form of like therapy for us, kind of like no matter what was happening, we would have music playing, we'd be dancing and having a good time in our household. So that's probably where I connected with just dancing and music and the love of music. Being more comfortable with who I am and like not having the concern or judgment of myself to just be free to dance and do whatever. That I would say developed over time as like through my journey, right? Not worrying about what people think. Oh, I can't like dance this way or I look stupid. Those thoughts kind of melted away as my journey progressed.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of like, I mean, this is my this is how I define it, right? But you know that you have a gift in you when something comes to you so easily, so seamlessly that you don't even have to really try or put a ton of effort into it. That's when and it's something that is very value and coveted to many, right? That's when like, and I'm using God as just like an avatar, but that's God's gift to you, right? Those things that come easy that are coveted to others, right? And I
Mm.
feel like your form of expression is that. So, what are other ways that dance and that freedom that you feel find ways in your life, in your relationships, in your connections with people? Like how do you inspire people with that freedom of shamelessness that you have?
I feel like just by being authentically me, like they experienced that with me, that I um good or bad, I don't really have a filter.
Right.
And like what you see is what you get. And I feel that comforts others, especially when they or it makes them uncomfortable. But it's more of like a reflection of wow, she's just so freely like who she is. Like then they can look within and like like maybe I can also be that way.
Mm. Because we do that, right? We lean on others to kind of like inspire us and yeah, like when I see like Ishan today, or yesterday at this point, I forget, but he was just like, "Oh, you're fucking amazing. You're a fucking god. You could do this. You're not mortal." Like I need to hear shit like that to hype me up for something like this.
Still laughing
You know what I
off.
mean?
That's
It's
awesome.
like, but we lean on those people that have that internal strength that we're looking for, and they're so important, especially when we're struggling, or especially when we're going through a difficult moment in our lives.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's great stuff. So then how are you finding ways like in your own life to like lean into that gift? Like now that you've got it, you connect with people very, and that's something that Ishan's really good at too. Can you kind of explain that a little bit? Because people typically come with like a lot of resistance. They come with boundaries, and we all have boundaries, but there's not as much inherent openness. So, like, how did you learn to lean into that a little bit and just become somebody that's so easy to connect with?
I would say my mom would say I've always kind of had the like charisma, like the joyful giddiness about me, but I think like just through like deep like a lot of pain.
Mm,
Like I think just like working through a lot of pain, and like seeing that like and also seeing that like everybody else is in a lot of pain. And just like knowing that like I just want to give like the world a hug, like, it's like so I think that mentality really helps kind of have my openness is like I see everybody as like they're all everyone's going through something and everyone needs love. And I feel like I almost have like but I'm like blessed with this like weird like overabundance of love just always flowing out of me. Like I feel like I'm just connected to love.
mm. Connected to
Yeah.
love.
What are you
Ishan,
eating?
just a couple of some edibles, nothing big, a couple,
The rope.
not the rope. These are 1,000 milligram, 10 gels per bag, cannabis infused edibles,
Mm.
and crafted by Smokies Edibles. They're decent. I've been on them all day. All right. Hey, Jonathan, or Pineapple. It's Maverick. How are you doing, Maverick? It's Pineapple. You guys wouldn't get it. It's all right. Anyways.
You reading the comments?
Yeah. Here, I'll pull it up for you guys. In this sense.
Like Top Gun?
Hey, Jonathan or Pineapple. It's Maverick. How you doing, Maverick? It's Pineapple. You see what I mean? This is what LinkedIn looks like at 3 a.m. Anyways, so you were Ishan, how, like one of the most like love-centered individuals. You know, is he my favorite videographer of all time? No. But what he brings to the table is so much more important than that. I remember him and I and Ellie and the love of my life. We were all in a house. It didn't work out again, you know, guys. Anyways, so we were all in a house and like I rented it out and we made this stupid fucking skit. And it was like a LinkedIn police video. I was feeling really resentful towards my ex. So I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna make a sequel to the video we made together and I'm gonna find a hotter chick. Put in the video. She was hotter. Anyways, so we make the video and like just the energy,
John.
energy, Sean.
Oh my God.
Energy in the room. I think she was talking about psychedelics again today. Jesus fucking.
Nice.
So the energy in the room when we were creating that video, I feel like people can feel that. They can feel this little home movie that we're making. And they can feel the love, the connection that we have with one another. And I think that is when social media is arguably at its best. There's plenty of moments, but that's one of them. Is because, yeah, you're creating a stupid fucking video, but people see you just having fun. And they want to be around that energy. They want to feel that. They want to feel that magic. Sean, can you talk about that a little bit? Like when we were all just making a LinkedIn video together, what was that energy like for you?
Well, it was very healing for me. If anything else, I think it was my first time like venturing out really after my divorce and everything and my ex-wife moving out and everything. And it was a good time because I got to create again. And I think more importantly, I got to film again without my business partner at that time and who used to be the lead cinematographer. And it's pretty amazing that the first video that I ever did without him was an iPhone, thanks to you. And you encouraged that. And it got over what, like 4.5 million views?
Yeah. A lot of
full circle moment.
Well, but like, can I tell them the truth?
Sure.
3.2 of the 4 million views was from India. Yes, we have India fans, but I'm pretty sure it was because Ishan was in it. India is huge. Third biggest market in the world. Yeah. So we had a lot of representation.
Bro, we got to go there soon, by the way.
I know. Do we need to do the tour? But Nas has to come with us because I need a chaperone. So I hope
the buzzer. I'll bring the buzzer.
Yeah, shock. I'm telling you, it'll come out of my fingers.
Not the shocker.
Be careful. Be careful. Anyways, so back to that. Yeah, dude. And I want to touch on this too because there's something that I learned about working with people, and I learned this actually from Ishan's business partner. I went through a tough like business deal with my ex and I told myself I'm not going to be like this. And he went through an obstacle with one of his business partners and he told himself it's not going to be like this next time, right? And I told myself like how can I make sure that this guy doesn't deal with the same bullshit he dealt with last time, right? And it was just letting the guy like just be in his zone of genius, you know, like don't try to fit a square hole in a round peg or whatever the fuck the thing goes, right?
Round peg in a square hole, yeah.
What? It's 15 hours in, dude.
I don't even know what that means, by the way. What is a round peg in a square hole?
There's like, I guess like for kids, there's like this box and then you have these plastic things like a plastic circle funnel thing. You shove it into the circle, but sometimes kids will have the square and they try to, like me, they try to shove the circle into the square and then they're like, wait a second, if I just smash it really hard it will eventually go in. But that's not the idea. The idea is the circle goes in the circle. You know what I'm saying? But what I was leading to is zone of genius. And I did learn that through you. When you can't force people to do things that are not in alignment with their gifts. But when you see somebody just be themselves and allow them to kind of like find where they fit best and supporting that It's really fucking cool, you know? Let people be where they need to be, and you'd be surprised how much more successful the entire thing is. Can you talk about that a little bit? Just like being in a zone of genius.
I think removing resistance, right? Because that's where you're the most confident in your highest expression. And at the same time, you surround yourselves with people who are the zone of genius that might be ending up being your weaknesses. So it becomes like an all-star team, essentially, at the end of the day.
Right.
Team USA for basketball.
Hell yeah. I don't watch basketball.
Me neither.
But yeah, cricket.
Yep. But you get the point. Like, it's like everybody's the best in their own different spots, and it ends up being a great crew together.
So we've been doing this all day today, so you guys have to chime in and add yours, right? And what we're doing is, what is something that right now you're a little afraid of that we're willing to be vulnerable about so we can support each other? For me, I was talking about flying. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden I'm afraid of flying. I was supposed to fly to Houston, and I was like, okay, if I take a train for 18 hours, I can drive the last 6. Or if I drive the whole way, it'll be 23 hours. I was like trying to figure out in my own brain any way that I could avoid taking
But John, like, do planes actually fly? You want to go? I mean, that's a little violence. We can have a little bit of violence.
So I think this is the same reason why I'm not drinking all the Celsius. I definitely have a lot more anxiety about the idea of dying. So we're trying to like be a little healthier. We're trying to take it a little easier. Diet Coke's still a problem, but not the Celsius, right?
Not 13 of them.
Not 13 of them. There's certain places we're not willing to go anymore, and I think that is called self-love.
Yeah. Okay. So do planes actually fly though? John?
No, of course they don't. It's fucking owned by Disney and NASA. Those fucking communists. Fucking Lucille Ball and Ricky Ricardo and fucking John F. Kennedy all fucking sitting on an island. You don't think I fucking see you, bitches?
Oh my gosh, I can't entertain this.
Fucking Princess Diana, fucking queen of that fucking island. I see you. It's in Cuba, dude. Everybody's hiding, man. Do you guys really think that Disney? Like, do you guys think? We'll take it easy. What conspiracy theories do you believe in, Nas? Some have been proven, like the Martin Luther King assassination. It actually did go to court, and Loretta Scott King did get a massive settlement that nobody talks about. So that was a real thing. The FBI did kill MLK. Is there any that you guys believe in? We won't get controversial. Let's not say 9/11. Let's not say Sandy Hook, but like fun controversies.
I think flat earthers have fans around the globe.
That's funny, but I think I know that the Earth is flat, but I feel like they created the flat earther thing as like a distraction to try to like get it. They coined the term, like the government coined what's it called? Conspiracy theory. Our national defense created that term, and I feel like they did that to kind of subvert our attention away from what they're doing. We would have to be so fucking stupid to believe that they're not up to anything, that there's not anything that they're keeping from us, right? So like, what are some things that make you a little bit curious? Do you think that we're being watched?
Gods amongst us.
Gods amongst us.
Aliens amongst us.
I
think aliens exist for sure.
Aliens? I don't think we can see them.
No, but it's like you connect with them on a different level.
Sexually. Yeah. So
that's why you have less Celsiuses today.
Those secrets are out. I've kind of been tempted to just like turn all the lights off and just kind of like do a LinkedIn. Would that be weird?
And just keep a flashlight on your phone on, which is like right on your face.
Yeah. Or there's like a neon pink sign. I could just have that like right by my face, and that's it.
Yep.
It's a thought. I'm thinking about it. Why don't I'm bored. I'm not doing anything here. What remote does this do? Yeah, give me a second.
Alarm goes off. So I think that there's information withheld, absolutely, because I think the general population couldn't handle some information. Yeah, so that's a generalized statement, but that's my perspective on information being shared versus not.
These are kind of starting to hit. They kind of feel nice. Anyways, keep going.
What is that?
The
Are you
edible.
eating more?
Yeah.
Just 2 more.
I wish you could just throw it through the.
Screen.
Phew. I mean, I probably wouldn't have any, but
These are high quality, by the way.
it'd just be fun.
Manny spent $600 on edibles.
No.
I did. He's a sweetheart.
No.
Uh,
No, he didn't.
I'm not
There's
lying.
gold flecks on there.
So, John, what was the best marketing advice you gave today?
I'm not lying. This dude like literally spent $600 on fucking.
Jeez. Wait, is that a whole bag of them?
Yeah.
Jesus,
We got
lit.
chocolates. Wait.
This
More
is
more
never
edibles.
ending.
Wait, I'm not
Get
done.
Mary Poppins bag of weed.
That is actually really funny. We have another one. It's like these are whole chocolates. I don't know what was he. I know it's 24 hours. How fuck did you want me to get?
Hey,
Like,
man,
I know I'm addicted, but this is ridiculous, dude. Holy
Manny
shit.
was in Candyland. Did he enjoy?
He had so much fun, man. And like honestly, he took to the audience really well. And he's good. And Jason liked him because here's the cool thing. They're both from New York. They're both from Long Island, and they both are in sales.
Oh, that's
Exactly.
great.
Dude, it's like such a no-brainer. Now, like the rest of it, it's going to be on him. I'm going to help him a lot. But this weekend, he'll be there with all those influential people. And I think the most important thing for Manny and the most important thing for a lot of men is support system. Because like you can with everybody that's in these communities, you can't not be successful if you try. And he's the kind of guy that puts effort. So
And also, like, I think men also need a support
fucking
system.
alley, man.
No, but men also need a support system of men.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And then we've got Chris, Big Chris, which is saying, I think our cell phones are always monitoring us. Keep going, Jonathan. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. Sorry, Ashan. What was the last thing you were saying?
No, I was just saying that men need a support system of other men. At the end of the day.
Right. How do you feel about that, Nas? Because he's my best friend, so like chill. But I'm kidding. Do you feel like men need that support system, that they need other men to turn to? How do you manage that when a guy comes to you and he has a heavy heart? Maybe he's going through some stuff. Maybe it's like a hard time in his life. Like how do you like manage that where it's like you give them the support, but they need to be strong on their own, right? Like men need to perform and to be strong to an extent. How do you find that balance?
You're saying as a female friend?
As a female friend, as a partner? Yeah. We don't need to get into the nuts and bolts, but just like how do you approach that? Yeah.
I think it depends on if it's a friendship versus like a partner, but I think either way you're not like an emotional like trash bag, right? Like or like you're dumping on you. I think you can just support and the best like hold space for people emotionally, right? And then just allow them to flourish. Like you can't handhold them. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like they have to learn on their own.
Right. And it's like something that I fight in my mind a lot because I agree with you, but I still feel like there's just not enough sensitivity for men. It's like I know that we need to perform and I know that they can't hold our hand and I know, but like, man, is it hard? Life is hard. We're going to go through hard things. Like going through my thing with my injury and everything, like of course it was hard, but what made it so much harder is that I didn't have that feminine energy to heal me, to heal my body. You know, it's like I was very lonely, and you realize how important that energy is, feminine energy, the healing energy, and I know what it's like. Like, I mean, we see it all the time. Like a guy gets sick, and you see like the woman nurse him back to health, and like guy comes back 3 days sooner than if he wasn't in the presence of a woman taking care of him, right? Not that it's a responsibility, but it's a luxury. And I just feel like, yeah, like guys got it kind of rough, you know? And the times that I've been vulnerable with women, it doesn't go well.
What do you feel doesn't? Well, first of all, let's backtrack because you're using very specific things. You're saying like being injured, like That's a very easy, like, I'm a very nurturing, like, person. I love that. That's normal. Like, I
You can
love,
be
yeah.
specific,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
So that was very specific. So,
Yeah.
um, like, I genuinely enjoy taking care of my friends. You know, like, if you were around and you were injured, I would be there helping you as a friend. And that's just because I enjoy it, though. And emotionally, I think it's normal to hold space for someone. But I want to hear a little bit more about what specifically happened when you said you shared something emotionally and it didn't go over well. What didn't go over well, and like that you feel?
Because I think that emotional reactivity is something that we work on, but we can't control all the time,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think that there's this unfair pressure that is put on everyone, not just men, but everyone, that you need to control your emotions at all times. It's something that we can work on. But like, I think that there's this expectation that, because I experienced it. This was the first breakup that I allowed it to happen and I did not interject. This person said they wanted a friendship. I said no, because if I want to date you, I'm going to date you. I'm not going to be your friend. I have friends, right? But it was right after my injury. It was days after my injury,
Mm-hmm.
and it was devastating.
Yeah.
And the most devastating part is that I couldn't express myself because I knew
Um,
that the path to me having the highest degree of respect for myself is to not look back at that, right? Is to move forward. And to not be able to express to somebody how I feel. I hadn't experienced that before, and it was really hard to just like internalize everything. I can talk to friends about it, and but it's not the same. The energy has nowhere to go, right? I can pour it back into myself, but that doesn't feel good right after I got hurt, right? So I'm trying to make peace with that. How do you guys make peace when you feel like you can't express yourself to the person that hurt you?
I paint.
mm. um,
She dances.
I actually there's a few different I think tools. I mean, I kind of wanted to touch on something you said, but
Touch on it.
yeah, because you said something about like you said I couldn't express this because I had to conserve my respect.
On the
Self
highest.
respect.
Yeah,
Yes.
your self-respect. Now, I mean, like looking back on it, would you like do you feel like if you express yourself, you're saying you feel like you wouldn't have self-respect if you said something. You shared your emotion. Why specifically do you feel that way? um I thought was like it,
Why
yeah.
is self-respect tied in with expression that way? Because you know that there's going to be rejection.
Yeah, what's
Right. Because it still hurts. This was still my partner prior to that moment when they made the decision and then I made a corresponding decision, right? Up until that point everything was great and you don't see it coming, and then when it happens it's like a shock. It's a shock to your body. But you don't want to express that it hurts you because it's not really about them. It's about the rejection you're feeling from them. You don't want to validate them and let them know that they hurt you, because then it's not about who wins, but it's about like I said, respecting myself, not allowing myself to, not diminishing myself and saying I'm hurt. And
mm,
that's what you fight with, because in the moment your monkey brain is saying I'm in pain, I need to do something about it, but your higher self is saying there's nothing to be done here.
mm.
You see what I mean? So you have this internal battle, you have this pain and nowhere for it to go.
Yeah, that scenario kind of reminds me of, I mean, just from my personal experience is um something that I struggle with is doing exactly what you said. Like, is actually, like, it's weird, but expressing feelings was a hard thing for me growing up. Like, we never really talked about feelings, so I had to freaking learn how to even, like, I remember in my early 20s I had to learn how to express feelings. So that scenario is reminding me of like how powerful, like, at least for me, how powerful it was for me to break through that. Like, it was one of the most powerful moments is because I don't like to cry either, like in front of people, like that's just not a thing. But I remember I just like fully let go of that, and I'm trying to think of what specific moment it was. It was with a friend, and I actually was crying at a restaurant. I was crying at like, which is so like I don't do that. It just was very freeing and letting go of judgment of myself, letting go of the expected outcome, like where I had to be a certain way, or this situation I had to preserve like what I felt was like my ego in the situation. And I left that situation with like zero regrets. I remember feeling like I remember like it hurt, but the situation was like painful, but like I just remember feeling like relieved. That's what that your story reminds me of.
I'm still waiting for the relief, but I'm excited about the idea of it. Yeah, and it's a process. You know, I'm sure next time it won't hurt as bad as this time, but it's just that it's the surrendering to it. It's the allowing for it to hurt, and sitting with that pain and realizing that, you know, what I started to realize is I was essentially dating the same person over and over again. And I was chasing the same kind of validation as I always do. And it's just saying to yourself, like, do I want to continue to get hurt in the same way? Or do I want to like change this pattern, even if it sucks, even if it takes all of my strength to not pick up the phone and call this person and curse them out. I'm gonna stick to that. But man, in the process, I hate when people say, you know, you'll be glad this happened. Or I hate when people say, you'll be glad you were fired. You'll be glad that this horrible thing happened. I don't think that's the right way to live. We shouldn't live in this like gaslit reality that we have to suffer in order to learn painful.
Therapy session today.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Like, why? You know?
So that just reminds me, I had a session with my therapist today about, I just got divorced. So I've been in this kind of fury rampage phase of my healing, and thank God
John knows.
Yeah, John knows, because I literally it just ended, John, like Sunday. My fury rampage, I would say, I mean, at least I feel it did. I've kind of come out of that space, but my therapist today helped me get to a space where like I was saying thank you to my ex, like thank you for, because what you just said, you were just talking about cursing him out. But I like basically that I can say thank you to Chris, because if I didn't go through like that experience, I would not be the badass person I am right now.
And that's what I'm trying to make peace with.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like,
you don't have to say thank you to them in person, but somebody.
but I want to challenge it a little bit, not to ruffle feathers, but just to create some healthy dialogue. Are we badasses or are we broken? Yeah, we're badass. Oh, we went through so much. Oh, life's so difficult. Oh, you know, it's like,
true.
No, we're not badasses. We're hurt. You know, it's like, no, I don't want to play that game anymore. I don't want to say I'm cool because I've been through a lot. I'm hurt. You know, it's like, no, we didn't. We didn't have to go through all that. That's why we try to do it better with the next person. That's why we go through the experiences, so that we can make sure it doesn't happen to somebody else. So I don't know how to reframe it, but it's an idea that I'm playing with that is no, thank you. Fuck you. I didn't deserve that. And you're never going to make me believe. You're never going to gaslight me to the point where I think that your treatment was good for me. It wasn't. Why do we do that? Why do we say thank you? No, fuck you.
I think
You
because
hurt me in a way that now I have to teach other people to not get hurt.
Yes,
how is that badass? How's that cool?
So I think personally, it's about reframing the narrative, because you got to live with it at the end of the day, right?
Right.
So it's not about the truth of it as much as it's about what is the story that you're willing to tell that you're going to be able to live with.
Correct.
So that you don't also take some of that baggage to the next relationship at the same time.
Can we say we're survivors? And I
That's
don't feel like a victim saying survivor.
I
Maybe
understand.
it could be like more of a limiting belief. I'm just like on a personal level, I'm trying to make peace with my pain. What was it something that I should say to myself, thank God, or should I say, no, like God, that kind of wasn't cool, but I'll make sure that everybody knows what not to do in this situation, you know? I'm just thinking about that.
Well, I think the fact that you live to tell the tale is number one, and the fact that you can reflect back and come out with lessons is number two. And that's when you can process it for other people, right? That's part of what I was saying about the men's circle, too, like in a sense that men need men specifically, because you reminded me of that when I was going through it, is that there are certain things, especially if you're an entrepreneur and your business dude, especially if your wife or your partner is not involved in it from that point of view. I feel like there are stuff that you don't just need to take home. You got to pre-process it in other places. And I think part of the pre-processing story is this reflection mode, is this reframing, is this way of like sort of
Yeah.
like
Such a
find,
good point. Yes.
that's needed, because then otherwise you just fucking go dump the whole shit in the other place.
I like that. I like that. That's a really good perspective. And by the way, guys, like I really appreciate you being here, but please don't feel any commitment to stick around. It's 2
Bro,
a.m.
I called you because I needed the Amazon pin because Harvey's blocked the movie that I was trying to watch.
Please don't feel obligated.
You call me so you could get into Harvey's account. Like I know how to get into Harvey's
Yeah.
account. Like I know how to get into Harvey's account. I have no fucking way. He logged me out of my account.
Really?
No, because I tried to
No.
buy a movie and it said
No.
pin. I
Because we
was
wanted
like,
to get the movie What Dreams May Come. You gotta watch that. So good.
we'll watch it together this weekend, John.
Yeah.
What wet dreams are made of? Like I don't. It's
What-
2
What
2
wet dreams?
a.m. It's 2 a.m. That title is way too suspicious, and you want a third party
No,
to.
what dreams may come.
So let me just get this straight. Ishan called
What?
me today so that I could order his porn. You guys heard it here
Amazon,
first.
bro.
These are the kinds of friends I have.
John, you're on speaker.
This is the best speaker of all time. I am the speaker.
I love it.
I am the speaker. Anyways, yeah, guys, I'll send you the. I don't know what. How many numbers is the what?
Five.
What pin? How many?
I have
5?
5.
I know I have a 4 and a 6. I don't know about a fucking 5. All right, I'll check, dude. I'll check.
All right. Anyway, so you want to talk about business at all, or you chilling?
So is this? Will chime in if it's you, please, so that we know it's you. It's very important to not relive past trauma. Studies show that this just makes the trauma more entrenched. Yes.
Yeah, the body keeps the score.
Yeah.
Body keeps the score. And I think that, what you're saying, I'm assuming, Will, is I think that there is this hyper obsession right now with childhood trauma, and I've never seen so much depression. So there's 2 ways of thinking about this, and I'd love your perspective on Nas, because I know you go deep with people. On one side, I think it's amazing that we're having these conversations, because I think for a lot of people, it helps them understand things about themselves that maybe they didn't. Like when we start tying words to the emotions that we feel when we go through things, right? But there's an argument to be made for the other side, right? So it's great that we're expressing ourselves, but on the other side is now we're becoming obsessed with it, where everybody's talking about childhood trauma. Like we go through sometimes just as much trauma in adulthood, right? And I mean, just like if you look at your life, the first 7 years, yes, theta state, and it's a very important time of your life. But then there's the rest of your life after those 7 years. You don't think that that's traumatizing? Of course it is, right? So, I love having conversations about childhood trauma, but Nas, like from your perspective, do you think that it's just getting to the point of obsession with people, that there's just too much talk about the past to the point where it's like, can we just like let go of that thing that your mom did to you when you were in 5th grade and made fun of you, like made you feel bad in front of your friends? Like, okay, like.
I do think that people create identities around. People can create an identity around certain traumas or like diagnoses, right? So I think that could be what you're saying, but I also think it's very important. So I'm gonna tell a shortened version, but the version of Nas that worked on the childhood trauma versus the person who didn't is 2 fucking completely different people.
Ooh.
Like completely different people.
Tell us.
Well, one person, it's like I would describe it like the Matrix. Like
Okay.
imagine like that's how I describe like I was I was basically living like a person who like walking around in like severe fear, like always like having massive amounts of anxiety, lacking massive self-awareness, not even understanding what I was feeling was not normal. Like just
Mm.
in a constant state of fear, like shitting on everybody. Like that's kind of like because you're so unaware of what you dealt with, of like what was like it's like a box, it's like a chest that's like buried deep, like that you're not even aware of.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So I do think it's important to work on those things, but I think it's like we were kind of talking about this earlier, but like cleaning out the like your basement. It's like you need to open that box, like, but then you got to work through that box, then you got to move on, like move the box aside, like take that box out. I think some people can get stuck.
People just hold the box and
Yeah,
carry it
they
everywhere.
carry it everywhere with them, but because
Oh, good
it's like a
visual.
comforting thing too. It's like they feel comforted by it.
It's like that toy that you have at night, you know. You want to take
Yeah.
Teddy bear.
I had a really cool moment. Naz, I'd love for you to interject on this one too. Is me and Ishan and I think it was Manny. Was it just us three? I think so. We went to a pool party just like randomly. Ishan like heard about something and we ended up over there. It was great. But in lieu of it, so we're in this pool party, right? And there's people like yelling and like dancing and in the pool and listening to the music. Just a lot of chaos. And I felt so at peace. I was like tranquil. I was like meditating and shit. And Ishan knows I'm never fucking quiet. I could talk for 24 hours straight, right? But like I felt zen. And I'm like, is this a reflection of my child? Like I'm so used to chaos that chaos is relaxing and relaxing is chaos. You think that's possible?
I think it's that environment speaking to your nervous system at a deeper level. So you have to
Oh,
unlearn that and then set that nervous system regulation in other places. But you feel okay. It's almost like, certain sounds make you go to sleep, like that kind of thing. Some people can sleep in noise, some people need it absolutely
Shay
dark.
Robottom singing. That'll
What?
put. It's like a gentle little lullaby.
Oh.
You know like what? Like your grandmother had like a washing machine, and
My
like
grandmother used to wash
just
it by the hands.
imagine just like taking all the tools from the tool shed and just throwing them in an old washing machine and turning it on.
Oh,
That's
It's
what puts you
like
to bed?
it's like the voice of an angel. Oh.
well, you are truly a Mastodon fan.
That's interesting though, because you touch on this idea of chaos and what's when I like at this stage of my life,
Hey,
the reason why I got divorced is because I didn't want to like live with chaos, and like my ex was chaos. That makes sense. He was the comforting childhood chaos. Does that make sense?
of course it does. It's what you're
Yeah.
familiar with. It's a familiarity thing, right?
Yeah, so that's kind of once I kind of became like once I worked there was a box I opened that was it was a fucking big box. Excuse my language. I don't know if I could cuss on here.
Yeah, we do it all day. You're fine.
It was a big box.
Drugs. You're fine.
I know it's true.
LinkedIn,
It
guys.
it
LinkedIn,
was
don't
a
worry.
big box of shit. So yeah, once I worked on that, I was like, no, thank you. And then I really enjoy my peace, but I like visiting the chaos on occasion.
I'd love that. Well, Ijan's great for visiting. Hi, hello. Nice to see you again. Okay, next week. See you later. We need the balance, though. And I think, something that him and I talked about a lot is, and we still talk about a lot, is having grace for yourself in these challenging situations. Like something that I've been leaning on to kind of help me get through this stage of my life is cannabis and tobacco. I don't care. Like, and something that Ishan shared that I thought was really, really cool advice was, something along the lines like, yeah, but like we use these things to survive. Like we use these things to survive. They're tools, and they help us get to the next step. Because otherwise, like I don't know. Like I don't know what I would have done with myself if I didn't have these tools to turn to. Like
John,
whatever.
you don't do tobacco, you do nicotine, just to clarify, technically speaking.
I call this tobacco. You guys call it whatever you want. I am American. I'm a cowboy, and I'm smoking
The way he said American.
Marlboro Red.
tobacco.
Tobacco.
Like the natives say it.
No, but that's what it is, man, at the end of it. And I think having compassion through going through hard shit is also important. I had a great session today, and one of the things that
Just tell me the truth, dude. Is Miranda your therapist?
no, my executive coach brought up this thing that he basically made me do an exercise, but one of the things that he brought up that was really hard hitting was that after looking at the list of my fears in love and how long my list of fears was and how short my list of self-love was, he was basically pointing out how we don't even realize it, but we are our biggest bullies.
Yes.
And
Really?
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, for the bullies that we want to fight and the bullies that we're scared of, we forget that we became that for ourselves in the process. Just because of the sheer way we treat ourselves, look at ourselves, talk to ourselves, not be compassionate towards ourselves, and all that stuff.
Do you think that maybe a part of it is finding a way for both of them to get along? Because there's the voice in me that says, and it's the inner masculine. It says, stop making excuses. Let's go. It's only 24 hours. Stop being a bitch. You will not die from this. But then there's the feminine part of me that's saying, no, have compassion with yourself. Treat yourself well. Take it easy. You don't need to have 13 Celsius.
Go sleep tomorrow.
Go to sleep tomorrow. So I think it's like we kind of need to listen to both a little bit, right?
The classic bully turnaround story is when, and this is off of like my own story, is like a couple of my best friends later in high school were people who were my bullies and they were my protectors later. So when you come a full circle with it and you can come to terms with it, I think you get to a point where you can turn your bullies around into your ultimate protectors.
Ooh, I like that. I didn't experience it in school. Did you?
Yeah, I was in all boys school, and plus my mom was a teacher, so people thought I was like a little snob.
Bullies
Were you a
usually
little
cause the most pain.
And I was an a painting artist weirdo too on top of it. So
Were you a weirdo though? I feel like you always got along with everybody. You can't call yourself.
no, bro. So
a weirdo.
it was weird enough to not fit in, but like I did get along with everybody because I think that's where I learned diplomacy. Is like that's my way of surviving, getting fucking, in a fight behind the squash court instead.
Yeah, man.
Just like learn to talk your way out of situations before they become punches. But now the words become punches, which is fucking good. I love it. Like
The words become punches.
yeah.
Dude, words are powerful, man. They carry a lot of energy, carry a lot of weight. You got to be careful how we use them. Spells.
Yeah.
So what's something that's exciting you guys this year? And we'll finish there. And then I can rock and roll the rest of the night. I'm gonna talk about business stuff.
Do you have more guests coming?
Yeah, dude. I can call Luke Matthews. I can call Simon.
Yeah, you have to bring Simon on, bro. Come on.
You want to see him?
And I think you should bring Nyla, bro.
Oh, for sure. Of course, I'm bringing Nyla. I can't. We bring Nyla everywhere we go. She goes in my little backpack.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so what are we excited about? What are you excited about?
I'm excited about me starting my new business.
What is it called?
Getting that running. It's called Elux Management.
Elux Management. I like it. What was the inspiration?
I wanted to convey like the word Elux means like excellence, luxury, concierge. I really wanted to convey like that I provide excellence, like excellent service.
This is why I love the name Elux. Did you know this about Rolex? What does the name Rolex mean?
I don't know.
I can Google it.
Ishan, what? No, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm going to tell you. Ishan, what does the name Rolex mean?
I don't know. Tell me.
Did you know it means nothing? So literally, the guy that created Rolex, he was like, these letters look nice together, and he created Rolex, and then it became an iconic brand. Elux, in a similar way to Rolex, it just sounds nice on the tongue, right?
Mm.
And it's only 2 syllables. You really want it like you look at a lot of celebrities, they're kind of the same, like Tom Cruise,
Mm.
Tom Hanks. Like there's a reason why their names are so short. That helps make them memorable. That's why Arnold Schwarzenegger was such a fucking weirdo back in the 80s. But yeah, anyways, point is, Elux is great. I think that's actually a
All the
really
time.
nice, simple, basic, catchy word that is
Thanks.
memorable. What I would do if I were you is I would find out if Elux by itself is taken in the state of Florida, and I'd run over there and create an LLC as quickly as I can.
She has.
I already have Elux Management LLC.
They didn't have Elux by itself?
Elux
That's not
LLC.
something I checked.
Here's why you want to check it, because let's say that you scale up, and we all hope you do, and it's like $50 more. Go ahead and buy Elux. And the reason why is because as you scale, it might evolve. It might not be management anymore. It may turn into something else, but it's a cool enough name where I'd at least want to kind of like hold on to it, just in case. It's
Yeah,
a cool,
I mean, it is going to evolve. So thank you for that advice.
yeah, and management, I just think you're so much more than that. And it'd be putting you in a box. And I only say that because I'm not going to give you a piece of advice I didn't take myself. When I created my company, it was Son of Manoa Marketing. And then I was like, yeah, but man, if I help people with branding, or if I decide to evolve my vehicle a little bit, and maybe it's more like speaking on stages, name's
Yeah.
not going to make sense anymore. So let me buy the other version so that can kind of serve as the parent company
Yeah.
for whatever I create outside of that, So now, yeah, like I think you should just grab it. It can't hurt,
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Elux,
that's
cool
nice.
name. Cool name. Did you Google it? Like, how do you find a name like that?
I believe I think I use a few different things. I think I use like Chat GPT. I think I also used like some other software.
You put in words of values.
Yeah, I put in basically what I'm like, what
And name
I,
generated. Huh?
yeah, name generator type thing.
What's his name? Who's that rapper that used a name generator to come up with his name?
Childish Gambino.
One of them, but it was also the white guy with the curly hair. What's his name?
Oh, Lil Dicky.
Nah. Fuck. He's the white guy. He kind of raps.
Machine Gun Kelly? No.
Nah, he's got like curly hair, tattoos on his face. White guy. Fuck.
Oh, Post Malone.
Post Malone. Thank you.
He's not a rapper, but yes.
What is he
What
then?
was he considered?
R&B?
He's a R&B. He's a singer now.
Is he
Initially,
R&B?
his first big song was a rap, actually.
I thought he was kind of like in that realm.
Just make a note.
Hey Nas, do you listen to Nas?
Nas X. I don't listen to.
Nah, there was a Nas. There was like an NAS Nas.
NAS.
Yeah.
The
NAS.
rapper.
Oh no,
and
yeah,
then there's-
I'm familiar. I'm familiar with
And now Nas X. He's
Not
our
Lil
queen.
Nas.
He's our queen, but he's not the same as Nas.
Correct. Yeah, the original Nas, NAS. I'm familiar with. It helps people. Like when I say, "Hey, my name is Nas," they're like, "What's up?" Like that's that connection.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It automatically gives you like street cred and makes you a badass. Like I know you want that badass energy. You have it because of your name. Like it's already tied there, So even the intro, it's got a little punch. Like it.
Yes.
You can call me Little Ishy.
Lil Ishy.
Lil Nas and Ish. Lil Nas Ish.
That's cute. That is so cute. So yeah, guys, get to bed. I'm gonna call on some other folks and keep myself rocking and rolling, but not sleeping.
Love you, man.
Love you
Good
too.
night.
I'll see you Wednesday.
I'm gonna wake up and tune in.
I hope you do. I hope you. If you could get a full night of sleep, I'll still be here. Just saying. I will. Bye, guys. Thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Thanks, Nas. And we're back by myself. Oh, Will's hanging out. Appreciate you, buddy. It's not about buried deep. It's more like in layers. Each layer covers the other layer and lose sight of the earlier layers. Excellent point. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Post Malone. Thanks, Chris. Didn't catch you there, buddy. And don't worry about me, guys. I'm an expert. I'm a professional. We do this all the time. It's not that big of a deal. It's just staying up for 24 hours. So thanks, guys. It's okay, though. Y'all can get some rest. I'm going to keep hanging out here, keep doing what I'm doing. So that was Ishan, one of my friends. Met him a couple of years ago. And something that he's really helped me with is emotions, dealing with breakups, dealing with hard stuff. Life is hard, man. Life hurts. And having guy friends, I've learned is super, super important. It's something that I've definitely taken for granted in the past. I just never built that network of guy friends. Oh, we got Michelle here. So let me pull that up. While some perspectives on trauma, this is great. Trauma suggests avoiding the victim mindset or reliving past pain. It's vital to acknowledge that trauma is complex. Healing often requires confronting, not burying past experiences. Trauma isn't merely living in the past, it's stored in the body and impacts how we move forward. Healing comes from facing the discomfort and using techniques like mindfulness therapy and EMDR to process these layers. Grief, a natural companion to trauma, comes in waves. And wow. So thank you so much for sharing that, Michelle. I think I captured the most important parts of that. Well, some perspectives on trying to avoid the victim. We have to feel it. We have to feel it. But maybe where you can elaborate in the comments, I'd love for you to do so. Is while I agree that we have to feel it, like, doesn't your body need a little bit of a break at some point from all the trauma? And I feel like that's kind of like where a lot of us are at. It's been painful enough for long enough that you kind of just like feel like, can I get a break for a little while where I don't have to sit with these feelings? And the sad part about that is what's bred from that is like we talk about the addiction and all of those types of things, right? That's what's scary. So I agree 1,000%, but at least from my vantage point right now, if you only knew my story, Michelle, I'd love to hear your story, and I definitely think we should share that. So once Jason gets back, we'll set it up. Let's get you online, girl. But going back to your story, all of our stories, yeah, like it'd be just nice to get a break every once in a while. You know what I mean? The comment on victim mentality was about a different earlier conversation. Thank you. But yeah, like we were saying, life's hard. It'd be nice to just get a break, a little break every once in a while. And I know all of us can relate with that. It's like life just hasn't been the same since 2020. It's been a little crazy. It's been a little different. Not that it's worse. It's just different. Just a little different. All good. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. So why don't we talk about some marketing? That's why we're here, right? So going back to marketing, I have 3 platforms that I'm a massive fan of, and I only really focus on them. And it's very strategically placed in such a way to have the best results possible. So what do I mean by this? I focus on 3 platforms, and I don't think you really need to do much more than that. You focus on LinkedIn, you focus on YouTube and Instagram, and each of them serves a different purpose, and they're all fantastic when implemented together. So let's just go through really quick. When you get an Instagram, I love Instagram for awareness, right? So if like you're building a personal brand, you're trying to get yourself out there, you're trying to create some content, it's a great place to just get attention. But I don't feel like it's fantastic for converting for most people. So when you're on Instagram, like think about the behavior that the person's having when they're on the platform. They're watching videos, but they're more importantly being entertained, right? They're being entertained. They're looking for those dopamine hits. They're not necessarily considering or thinking about a business opportunity or a purchasing decision, right? So that really doesn't help your sales on Instagram. It's a great place for people to go to discover you and find you and see a little bit about what it is that you do. But I've always had a strong belief that social media at its best is everything that your website is not. Your website can have a list of services, it can talk about the benefits, it can talk about the features of your product. All of those things are fantastic. But at the end of the day, um, that's what websites are for, right? Is to have a list of your services. But by the time somebody reaches your website, there needs to be some degree of interest. Why are they there, right? But the whole idea is to get people before they get there and create that journey so that it's simple and frictionless. Because another thing is, like, do you remember, guys, when we used to have infomercials? In the comments, if you could just let me know, what was the stupidest infomercial you saw? I love those infomercials where it's like all the white people that are doing like stupid things in the kitchen. So it's like they're like fumbling like pasta in like a colander, and it's like it's falling. It's like how how did the pasta fall on the floor? Like you don't have enough coordination to hold it to the sink or wherever. I love those commercials, but infomercials, going back to them, right? When you would watch an infomercial in like the 90s or the late 80s or whatever, before the internet was really a thing, you'd watch infomercials. It's like, okay, I'd watch the commercial. You would have to be interested in the thing that you're watching on the infomercial. And then once you see the thing in the infomercial, then, oh shit, I need a piece of paper. I need a pen. Okay, now I'm writing down the number. And then after I write down the number, okay, now I need to like pick up the call and call them. And then I call them and I get on the phone and I sit there and I got to wait. And then finally, maybe I buy something. But what's the problem with that? How many steps were in between you watching the infomercial and you converting and you becoming a sale? How much friction was there? A ton. Because at any given point of any of those steps, you see the infomercial, I don't have paper, no sale. You see the infomercial, I don't have a pen, no sale. You see the infomercial and your dog is barking, no sale. You see an infomercial, your kids are fighting in another room, no sale. You see an infomercial and the pasta's boiling, no sale. So what we've been able to do with the internet is remove a lot of that resistance, remove a lot of that friction, right? Now people can see your content and click on, an opt-in or whatever, and then maybe book a call with you, right? Look at how much fewer steps there are. Have you noticed that? Okay, cool. Look at Amazon. You're on the site, you see the thing you like, and then it's at your house in 2 days. Why am I talking about all this? Because when it comes to your marketing, when it comes to your customer journey, the rules are not different. They're exactly the same. The whole idea is we're trying to create as little friction between the person discovering you and the person buying from you. So how can we tighten that process? Well, there's a couple of steps that go into it. I'm just checking out, Michelle. What are some steps that can be done to figure out the target market? Since you asked, and I want to make sure that I can answer this while you're here, hopefully you are. Let me go ahead and answer your question, Michelle. How do you find your target market? It really depends on what it is that you do. If you want, you could share what it is that you could do, and I could be really, really specific for you specifically. So, finding your target market. Here's an example that I use. It's one of my favorite. Imagine that you're at a football game, okay? You're at a football game and there's no food for 50 miles of the stadium. So imagine you've got the football stadium like right here, right? And then for 50 miles around the diameter, right? There is circumference, whatever the fuck. There is no food, okay? There's no food for 50 miles. And we know that these football games are like 4 hours long, right? So now we know the situation. You're at a stadium, there's no food for 50 miles, and you're in a 4-hour game. You start getting a little hungry. And then you notice that in the corner, downstairs on the floor level, there's a little tiny hot dog stand. Now, let me tell you something about these hot dogs. These are the worst quality hot dogs you've ever seen. They are $25 each, unreasonably priced. They're not great, okay? But if there's no food for 4 hours in a 50-mile circumference, do you think those hot dogs are going to sell out? I guarantee it. How can an overpriced, under-quality hot dog sell out? It's because there is a starving crowd. When you have a starving crowd, most of the conditions don't even matter because people will buy. And our responsibility as marketers, as entrepreneurs, as business owners, is to find where the starving crowd is hiding. I'll give you 2 examples, high level, because you guys don't want to hear theory. You want to hear facts. These are 2 clients that I've worked with personally. One is in New York. He's a financial advisor. And for him, what we noticed is that his best clients, his A clients, were coming from people that were retiring or, of a certain age. They had like a lot of money. So then I started to think to myself, okay, retirees, that's still a little too basic, still a little too simple, because I'm sure there's a lot of other financial advisors that have recognized this. But how can I find a group of people, look at the situation in a slightly different way, and identify where a market could be that maybe other people aren't seeing yet? So what I noticed is that there's a group of retiree aged people that seem to fall into a lot of money all of a sudden. And it's not because somebody died. That's too simple. When you're looking for a great marketer, you want to find somebody that really, really thinks outside of the box, because that's going to give you a much higher percentage of success. So what I thought is, what about the 60 somethings that are selling businesses, that are retiring? What if I focused on the people that were just selling businesses? There are resources, databases online, entire databases that will tell you everybody around that age that is selling a business. So now this individual has $1 million in their bank account. They sold their business and nothing to do with it. And the guy lives in the New York area. When I introduce him to Jay, there's not going to be a lot of resistance, because it makes perfect sense for that guy, right? A great offer is not something you have to fight aggressively for. It's like a no-brainer to the person that's on the receiving end. It just makes sense. And your best clients will be the ones that it aligns and it just makes sense. It's just fits like a glove. It's so easy. It's so simple. And the only thing that we have to do is find those people. So if you're still tuning in, Michelle, if you want to share exactly who it is, or what market it is that you serve, then I can go a little bit deeper with you and give you that desired answer. I'm going to take a second to just breathe. Just going to breathe. Oh, and you're good, Michelle. Oh boy, what are some steps that can be done to figure out? Yeah. There you go. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Michelle. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you. Boom. So I'm just going to check my own socials. We got Simon chiming. Simon chiming. Just checking my own phone. Seeing what's going on in the world. Regarding about messages I have attached to this chat. Bro, beautiful. Will do. Will do. Yeah, we're still running a business over here. So I just have to check in and make sure nothing's been burning down, because since 9 a.m. to this morning, I have been here. So we look like we're good. Nobody fired us today, and it's the first. That's great. That's a relief. Let's see. Hey, Will. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for the ad. Thanks for the ad. Miss Swordfish. Wonder who that is. Just going through my stuff. I'm trying to find the right words. Oh, we don't blame. You just try your best, Michelle. Just try your best. So, all of that said, what about now that we talked about like some of the best platforms to use? I was talking about Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn. We started talking a little bit about target market, which I think is super important, is to find that group of people. But I think that it's also really important for you as a person. And that's not really what I expected. One of the cool things about when you start creating content for social media, something that's very unexpected, is when you start putting stuff out there, inevitably you're going to find people that have a similar sense of humor to you because they understand your jokes. Maybe they've experienced things in their lives that are similar to what you've experienced, right? So what'll happen is you create the content and then people start commenting on it. And most of the time they're positive and people will, you know, say like, yes, whatever, this inspired me, or I like this, or I like what you create. And what you start doing is you kind of start building a little bit of a tribe on your own. You start building a little bit of a community. And for those of us that have just never felt like we really fit in with the world, that is golden. Like we had somebody that came in earlier in the show, and she was talking about how she was supporting her son going to a convention, and that like he, I guess at this anime, or I guess it was like a nerdy convention. I don't mean nerd. I don't want to use nerdy in a derogatory way. You know what I mean, guys. But she took her 16-year-old son to this event, and her and her son had this touching moment where he said, like, "Mom, I feel like I found my people." And some of us just don't get to experience that until a little bit later in life, but like when I started posting on LinkedIn, I felt like I found my people. They were a little bit weird. They were a little bit rebellious. They were a little bit different, and that's a great feeling. And I find that when you start creating that content, you naturally attract people like you that get you. So Michelle, I'm sure you're the same. You're the same as all of us, right? So really cool stuff. It's a good feeling when you can wake up on a Monday morning and when you look at your calendar, it's like people that you legitimately are looking forward to working with. You're looking forward to seeing. And I think that is just the coolest thing. I'm a big fan of that. So I'm sure we'll bring some people in. Let me see if I can make some calls right now while we're here. While we is here. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you for chiming in with me. Let's see. This is one of my favorite people. I need to see if I can get her in. If she actually shows up. Nyla, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Do you know where I am?
On your life.
So I have to wonder, Nyla, because this is the big reveal. I mean, we've been working together for so long. When are you coming onto my live stream?
I don't know.
How long do you need to get ready?
You want me to be there, like, on the show? Okay.
Yes, of course. You're my favorite person in the world besides Simon. Male and female. You got my heart 50-50.
Okay. So, 1 hour, I think.
1 hour? I'll meet you, I'll send you the link in 1 hour, Nyla, okay?
Yeah, 45 minutes to 1 hour.
You take your time and get ready, okay? I'll see you soon. You guys are about to meet a firecracker. I can't wait for you to meet her. Oh, she's great.
I can see you.
All right. See you soon, Nyla. Oh, Nyla's my favorite. She is so great. Just man, the human spirit. It's a beautiful thing, and she's got a whole lot of it. So I'm super excited to just her and I have known each other for almost 2 years. We've been working together, collaborating, and it's just so cool to be able to share this friendship that we've cultivated, and be able to share that together with you. I love that. Happy new month, friends. Thanks for dropping that, Hardrick. You're the man. Great name, by the way. Love that. Hardrick. So we still have another 6.5 hours to go. That wasn't that bad, guys, right? It's not bad. I'd say that overall the conversation quality probably wasn't as good as the last two. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons for that, but I think we're doing pretty good. Happy new month. Thanks, buddy. We are in October, guys. October is by far my favorite month. I remember as a kid, we weren't really allowed to dress up a lot. So I just feel like in my adulthood, I have completely just owned the holiday. I love Halloween. I love dressing up. I love pretending to be somebody I'm not. We do that every day, anyways. Honestly, we all do that. We all do that. We all do that. Something that I started doing in my dating life. I'm painfully single. That's why I can do things like this. Anybody that would anybody that loved me wouldn't allow me to. But outside of that, something that I'm giving a lot more grace to is, like I was saying, we all play characters, right? But like when you're dating or, when you meet somebody new, maybe it's business, maybe it's a friendship. I think that we need to give more grace to people when we first meet them, because a lot of times we're nervous, they're nervous. We don't know the quality of character unless we got like a reference. But sometimes we just meet new people. We want to trust them and we want to feel like they're going to be okay. But something that I've leaned into is, number one, like, you need strong boundaries, but also have compassion for people. Like, it's not that they're fake. They're trying to present the best version of themselves. They're trying to do something nice for you. I think it becomes problematic when it's like covert narcissism and when you're trying to take advantage of people and when you're trying to get over on someone. But I think inherently, especially when it's well intended, we're just nervous. Like, how many times have you gone on a date with somebody new and you hide some of your bad habits? Why don't we have more grace and compassion for the person? Why do we just write them off and tell them, no, they're not authentic or they're fake? What if you're just not? What if you're just trying your best? And that should be good. And maybe it's a little too much, but your heart's in the right place. Anyways, I think stuff like that's important. I think we need to have more compassion for people. Overall, have compassion for yourself. Something that I learned through addiction is, again, like we were saying, these things help. These things help you get past a difficult time in your life. It's just, don't sit in your victimhood or don't continue beyond that obstacle in your life that you needed to overcome. So, and I know that not everybody has that kind of control. Know thyself. Know thyself, friends. Know thyself. I'm going to take 2 seconds to breathe, because this is a long show, my friends. I'm just like looking at all the cool screenshots from today. Remember, guys, these are the good days. These are the good days. Reflecting, I started my journey on LinkedIn almost 5 years ago. It was around this time 5 years ago that I was making my Mr. Frogers videos. I was working for my dad at the time. I was a forensic accountant. It's kind of mind blowing that I'm sitting in a podcast studio now. But I remember it was like 2019, before the pandemic. My dad had a forensic accounting agency. I know, guys, it's boring. I know. I thought it was boring too. I didn't see my life as a forensic accountant. And you look at me for 5 minutes, you realize it's probably not what I should be doing either. But I did forensic accounting for a couple of years when the wrestling career didn't work out. And I remember going on LinkedIn, and one of my dad's friends had mentioned LinkedIn as this platform that you can like launch press releases and you can, make a post almost like Instagram and Facebook. And, then Gary Vaynerchuk, who was really, really big at the time, he was like the social media influencer. He was starting to talk about LinkedIn. Oh boy, Michelle, I'm about to read it. I'll finish my little monologue and then I'll get to you. So, saw Gary Vaynerchuk. Ooh, We got alarm set. We ain't sleeping, so I don't know why that shit's on. Anyways, so Gary Vee was telling everybody go to LinkedIn and start creating content on LinkedIn. So this was very early, 2019, right? So I was like, whatever, okay, I'll start making videos. I thought they were fun, and I saw this chick on LinkedIn. Her name was Shay, and she was making these killer videos on LinkedIn, and they were funny and entertaining. And I kind of had like a little bit of a crush on her, and but more than that is I loved what she represented. Like I was jealous. Like I wanted in on that action, right? I wanted to make videos that would reach thousands of people and inspire them or make them laugh or whatever. I wanted that, you know? So I reach out to her and we end up meeting in person. And I start making videos and I start going viral and I'm starting to add thousands of followers weekly and everything's going great. Um, and then like through that experience, you know, through 2020 and 2021 and the compounding, you find yourself you have a career doing this stuff. And so 5 years later, it's just so mind-blowing. And I'm so grateful that I get to do this for a living. Hang out with you guys on a Monday night. Why not? That is just the coolest thing ever. So thank you guys for being here, because you don't realize that just you being here right now is a part of what continues to allow me to do this for a living. So thank you. Thank you so much. And so we're going to read what Michelle shared, because I am super excited about this. Michelle, I hope it's okay if we share this with everybody. I'm just going to put it up on screen and we're going to read this together. When someone asks what I do, I describe myself as a cathartic catalyst, someone who sparks healing and change by embracing vulnerability and helping others transform their struggles and resilience. My organization, Don't Raise Statistics, is dedicated to turning dire statistics into stories of empowerment, especially for those marginalized by systemic injustice. However, I'm currently facing legal barriers that are slowing down my ability to expand this mission, particularly related. So, based off of what you shared, I'm sorry that you have to go through this right now. And I'm sure that's tough. And it almost seems a little bit ironic that, you know, you help people that struggle and you're going through your own struggle. So it's hard for me to put it into words because I can't imagine how you're feeling. But just know that we all love you, we support you, and we know that you're going to get out of this because you've survived harder things. And please reach out to us if we can help you in any way, Michelle. And thank you for being here and supporting us. Please send me a connection request so we can be friends offline. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'm sure we can help when I have a little bit more sleep in my body. And I can have a fresh conversation and see if maybe we can help in some way. I appreciate that, Michelle. And thank you for sharing some of the things that were standouts from what I've seen, because it's so in alignment with everybody that's been in this room, right? Healing, embracing vulnerability, helping others transform through their struggles, resilience, you know, don't raise statistics. That is that's a loaded topic. Something that I've struggled with a lot recently and throughout my life is contemplating suicide. If we want to have a little bit of a conversation around that, I've never acted on it. I would never act on it. I think it's okay to think about it. I think it's okay to be depressed. I think it's okay to have conversations around these things. We're gonna die. That's inevitable. We're mortal. It will happen. Yeah, I don't want to be institutionalized for thinking about it, right? Man, but depression's a real thing. You go through those phases where you just like don't even feel inspired to like take a shower in the morning, you know? You don't feel inspired to put on fresh clothes. You just go straight into your day. There's a lot of little triggers, but I think that the key is staying out of isolation. You can't be isolated. That we've learned. You know, there were phases of my life where I'd just shut everybody out and focus on my work. Um, but we can't do that anymore. I think isolation is what creates addiction. Isolation is what creates that deep inner unhappiness that we may feel. And it's not an emotion we're willing to touch, right? So, yeah, like if you want to share something about that, it's interesting topic, but I love the work that you do. Very, very cool. I appreciate that. I sent a request. Beautiful. I've been there too. The hardest struggle was recently towards the end of 2023, and my 11-year-old was suicide, and I was begging for help. Man, what does it feel like when you yell out for help but nobody can hear you? What do we do in those moments? Like, you have to lean on something greater than yourself, because those are very hard and vulnerable moments when you're just not sure how this is going to end. So much uncertainty, right? And isn't the uncertainty what scares us the most? It's just not knowing and not having the trust or the faith or the confidence, because when life hits us unexpectedly, you start to think to yourself, when can this happen again and how soon? Like, I haven't had the proper time to process what just happened, and now I'm concerned that something else can happen. So I think that's like those times when you have to lean on something greater than self. That's when you need to lean on, your support system. And that's why you always keep building that support system. One of the craziest things that happened to me is when I tore both of my legs in Amsterdam, like, my phone was very much like the room that I'm sitting in right now. People are so involved in their own lives. They're not, you'd be surprised how few people, you're talking to somebody that has thousands upon thousands of followers on social media. And I had a handful of people reach out to me when I was hurt, when I couldn't walk, you know? So also just understand that social media doesn't really translate into real life, right? Like, just because you have a following, if anything, it creates this false sense of community. It creates a false sense of community because, yes, all these people are very supportive of you, absolutely, but you've never met them. These are your internet friends, and those connections can be sometimes deeper than the physical ones. But when stuff like this happens and people live in other states and other countries, you can't put that on them, right? You can't put that on people to be that supportive, but it is still surprising when you're in those moments where you yell out and you scream out and you need to be strong for yourself, and it feels overwhelming and it feels like too much. Build the community on the days when things are good so that you have them there when things get bad, right? So devastating. I've been there too. Yeah. They're very hard to navigate. I just keep lighting my own path. And I love the way that you put it, because when we're in that kind of darkness and we can't see a way out, we have to become our own light. We have to find it within ourselves to self-guide out of this cave, but also use other light sources. There are light workers. There are people in this world that are just full of love. If you can find the bad ones, you have the capacity to find the good ones, because there can't be good ones if there's no bad ones, or you know what I mean by that. So keep faith. And I mean, like, places like Owwll, places like this platform are fantastic for making those real in-person connections. You know, the kind of people that you want to be aligned with. I found plenty in this environment and in Owwll, and I know I will continue to do so because they're great places. I've been through hell and back. Used to weigh 450 pounds. Oh, wow. Had 12 brain shot surgeries and revisions. Heavily being sober for 13 years. No support system. Full family. I needed to stop asking myself why me and start asking why not me. Oh, powerful. Powerful. Here, we'll share this. And Michelle, I'm so glad that you're sharing these things so candidly with people. Something that we were talking about is how, for me, I couldn't necessarily see the person that hurt me, or I couldn't do anything with that energy, right? I couldn't face the person that hurt me. I couldn't yell or kill them or hurt them. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't see them, right? So when you're going through highly challenging obstacles in your life, like, where does that energy go? Where does the pain go? It's like you have to move that. And when you go through so much and you don't have a support system, what has been healing, and I know that it seems like a very contrived answer, but it's the truth. Like when I was going through my Adderall addiction and I was still like kind of in it, and Adderall, for those of you who don't know, it's like a study drug, but it's like one molecule or something away from being amphetamine salt, very similar. And they're just giving that to kids. Great. Point being is that when I shared my story of being an addict, I decided people were starting to find out about it, and I knew that it was a problem, and I know that I had to talk about it because then maybe it could be a way of holding me accountable a little bit. But it was scary. It was scary to talk about it. I mean, think about it. All of my business comes from this platform. I know that I need to share this before it gets out further, but I could lose every client I have because, like, who wants to work with an addict, right? I decided to post it, and the post got 3.2 million views, something like 27,000 likes, thousands of comments. And I don't say this to brag. I say this to say when we vulnerably speak up on these platforms, two things happen. The first is you'll be massively surprised at how many people are struggling with very similar things to yourself. And the second thing that you don't expect that happens, which is really cool, is that people feel inspired by your story. I mean, just you sharing right now everything that you've been through, all of your vulnerabilities. Like, you should see the way that it changed the expression on my face. It really made me feel something. And it's like I want to hug you. I want you to feel cared and loved for. Because so much of it is like I know what that's like to not receive it when I really needed it. When I was sitting in a hospital bed in Amsterdam, you know? But oh, man, if you've gone through all that, I hate to say it, but man, I know that you're strong enough to go through more. But it's not easy. It's not easy in the moment, right? Amazingly, everyone goes through, yeah, amazingly, everyone goes through periods of isolation and feelings of despair. We must realize that our lives have purpose and meaning. Even when it seems lost, the future still remains. Life must be examined through perspectives. Thank you for sharing both your story and perspective. It's inspiring. Alexander, absolutely. And thank you for paying attention. And if you'd like, you can chime in, join your own things. Thanks for sharing that. Videos, etc. You and I love. I'm gonna have to check out your stuff, Michelle. Once I add you properly, I'll check out some of your stuff. But thank you for adding. And Alexander, you're absolutely right. Periods of isolation, feelings of despair, these are normal things for the human experience. But man, I just have this overwhelming feeling like lately we've all collectively been going through extra extra pain, a little bit extra despair. I don't want to say it's because it's an election year because, like, I mean, it's all a little crazy, right? I don't like either situation, honestly. Either side doesn't look particularly appealing. I don't know enough to have an opinion, so let's not tread on that water. But the point being is that, yeah, like I think all of us feel a little bit of despair. I think a lot of us are feeling a little bit of the pain, the tightness of the way that the world is right now. But these are the moments, like our friend was talking about. We're going to go through moments of despair and isolation, but understand that we all have similar journeys. We're not all that different. And yeah, like if everybody is on like a boat, like in and is starting to take on water, we're all sinking, right? So let's try to lift each other up because it's tough for all of us right now. It is a little tough. How are we doing so far? We got 6 more hours to go. Can you believe that, guys? We've already done 18. We've already done 18 hours. 18 down, 6 to go. And what I was joking, but I'm kind of serious at the same time, is if you guys have aspired to become podcasters or to create, like podcasting style long form content, Do 2 24-hour podcasts a year. You got all the content you need for a year. That's it. 2 24-hour podcasts gives you a 1-hour podcast a week for an entire year. So you do one of these bad boys every 6 months and your content's taken care of, right? I don't literally do that, but I feel like it's kind of smart. That's kind of how I live my life in general. I'm like, how can I have these short bursts of energy where I do a lot of stuff so then I could just rest the rest of the time? That'd be cool. I can't wait to just like hit a bed. Oh boy. But these are the moments we remember the most, aren't they? I do love that. And LinkedIn. I know LinkedIn's a little bit weird. All of us that are on this platform, we all know it. We all know that LinkedIn's a little weird. The kinds of people that are on it, I always kind of looked at it as like the socially awkward nerd that sits kind of in the back of the classroom, you know? Like Instagram is kind of like the cheerleader, and maybe TikTok is like the football player, the quarterback. And like YouTube may be like that that dreamy foreign student. I don't know. But yeah. LinkedIn's that nerd that sits in the back of the class, the socially awkward one. I feel like that's what most of LinkedIn is, and I can relate with that because that's who I was. Right, I was socially awkward sitting in the back of the class. I don't know if it's like the platform for the cool kids, but the people that are there, LinkedIn is like a Tony Robbins conference if they all decided to create a networking platform. There's Facebook is the cesspool. I will agree with that. Yes, I recently switched to streaming to have content for breakdowns. It helps a lot, doesn't it, Michelle? Yeah, so Facebook is definitely accessible. But what I will say about Facebook, outside of it being just like Twitter, just burn it, X, whatever. Facebook is still kind of good for converting. So while I will agree the content is trash, you could still make some money on Facebook in terms of like running, ads and generating community. It still works. You're just dealing with Michelle, should we say it? We can say it, right? We're not going to get in trouble. It's 3 a.m. on LinkedIn. Nobody's watching, right? Should we say it? Should we do it? I don't know. I feel like Facebook is for like the least educated of our society. I hate to say it. And it could be because like when we go to Facebook, we just decide all collectively to just like turn our brains off and just consume garbage for the sake of it, for fun. We eat junk food. Why not consume junk content, right? It's nice sometimes, but I will say that's Facebook's reputation a little bit. I say regardless. No filters. Well, we don't do any filters anyways. Filtering the face, it's okay. We could do that. Like vanity is still a thing, right? Like I don't judge anybody that uses like face filters. I think it's a problem when they overdo it. Yeah. It's okay to use some face filters here and there. But let's not overdo it. When you start looking more like Homer Simpson than like the person you see in the mirror, I'd say that's like the inflection point. When you look more like a cartoon character than a human. Yeah. If we could just avoid that when we do the face filters, we're okay. I personally think TikTok lives are very mundane. Yeah, that you're right. With the top screen, this, right? I mean, I meant no filter. I'm personally, that is hilarious. Yeah. So no cartoon face, guys. So I'm gonna take a short, tiny minute break. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I don't have the convenience of having a guest host right now, so that means we're just gonna have you looking at nothing for a second. I know it's kind of weird, but so is me sitting in this office building by myself at 3 a.m. So I will be right back, guys. If you want, in the meantime, drop some comments for me to get back to. Love you guys, and we will be right back. Thank you for hanging out. We're here still. This is where we're still. Where are all my friends? Where are all my little LinkedIn friends? Are they going to show up today? I just sent a message to Luke Matthews. He's a little buddy of mine on LinkedIn. He's gone on to do a little bit better than me, which is fine. He deserves it. He works really hard. I don't know how many times he's been banned from LinkedIn. We got to be, I don't know, up to the 8th or 9th time. Why does he keep getting banned from LinkedIn? I think it's Luke Matthews' rebellious nature, which he definitely has. He likes ruffling feathers. Yeah. So it'd be cool to get him on here. Guys have become quite successful on LinkedIn with his ghostwriting, copywriting business. And ghostwriting is a really interesting thing. You know, a lot of executives that you see on social media aren't actually creating their own content. You know, they're probably getting it written by a ghostwriter because they just don't have time to do it. But they understand the importance of personal branding. The examples that I always think of is I look at people like Mark Zuckerberg. Sorry, Michelle. I know the Facebook thing. Sorry. You got people like Mark Zuckerberg and, you know, Elon Musk and Bill Gates. I don't really like any of them. But what I will say about them is they're a little bit socially awkward. Let's be honest, right? But despite the fact that they're socially awkward, I don't remember a word they've ever written, but I remember their voices. I remember some of the things that they've said on camera, right? Why is that important? Because what you'll start to recognize is that even though these guys are a little bit socially awkward, they understood the importance of being on camera, right? So they had to develop that skill. Even the socially awkward guys that have enough money they could technically hide behind spokespeople, they knew the importance of getting on camera and making videos, and the importance of the perception of a company with a strong CEO. So why do you think you don't have to do it? I mean, like, if these people with all this money that could hire the perfect person to be the avatar of the brand, they still do it themselves. They must recognize something internally that this is necessary. So why won't it be necessary for you? You don't necessarily have a 20-person marketing team. You don't have an infinity budget that you could just hire a spokesperson. Spokespeople aren't things anymore. Now it's the CEO that has to show his face, right? So why wouldn't you show yours? You have to. Because if I just see a piece of copy, written text, I don't know if you wrote that. Maybe, maybe not. But if I see you on video, it's a little bit harder to fake that. Yeah. No worries. Judgmental can celebrate others. We love that about you, Michelle. Thank you for agreeing to disagree. So I'm going to take 2 minutes, guys, and then I'll be right back. And then we got 5.99 hours to go. Not bad. Not too bad. Oh, boy. Oh. I'm still awake. I'm not getting tired. I'm not tired yet. Oh. Oh, boy. Talking to myself in a studio. Oh, we're back. That's where I'm on my journey. I truly desire to remain behind the scenes and not in the public eye, but I know I'll do it when my story changes. If you're still joining us, Michelle, let me bring this up. What she shared right here. That's where I'm at in my journey. I truly remain behind the scenes and not in the public eye, but I know I have to deliver my story for the changes I'm advocating for. Brave of you to say that, and I appreciate it. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. The way that I frame it is like I'm doing a disservice to the universe by not sharing my gifts, by not sharing my story, right? And I don't want to do that. I need to like let it out. So first, I'd say you're very strong, and we believe in you because we know others have, and you have this in you, so you can share too. And when you're ready, you will. But if we can help you, we could also do that. We could also provide some support. So I appreciate all of you watching. It has been a hell of a stream, but we are still here. And what is super cool is the amount of pages, the amount of exposure we got today. So why do we do 24-hour live streams? Why do we do 24-hour live streams? I'm about to tell you why. I'm about to tell you why. Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad numbers. Could be better. Just checking the metrics, friend. Just checking the metrics. Not bad. Not a bad day at work today. So, I appreciate. Of course, absolutely, Michelle. We'll have collaborations, girl. Why do we do 24-hour podcasts? So this is something that I kind of I Luke had no involvement in this. He's not here. He can't chime in either way. I created the 24-hour podcast because a big inspiration for me from a content creation perspective was Mr. Beast. I want to see something really quick. Let's see if fucking Luke's online. He posted something a day ago. Okay, he's posting less frequently. Let's see. I'll see if he chimes in. Anyways, so I'm not a fan of Facebook. We'll chime in with you, Alexander, in a moment. I'll pull your comment up. So, he's the ghost right now. I struggle with Scribble 3. I want to see what's going on. Okay, so I want to read this to you guys because it's fascinating for those of you that are still listening. I've done 10 hours live, the longest. Michelle, there's something that we have to give to you for doing this. We do it every time. There's always something special for the person that hangs out with me the longest. So you don't worry about that. Owl's going to take care of you, girl. Owl will take care of you. There's always a reward for the person that sticks with us the longest. We've had some. I had one back in 2020. I want to say she was here for 22 and a half or 23 of the 24 hours. She almost made it just as much long as me and Luke did. Crazy. But again, Michelle, we really appreciate you. You're my backbone right now. You're my backbone. So, what I'm going to read, if you guys want to follow along with this, I'm just going to read it. It's on Luke Matthews' page. He posted it 6 days ago. If you're that curious, Luke Matthews, we all know him from LinkedIn. So I'm going to read this post because I think it's super interesting, especially me on a personal level. I used to ghostwrite 300 posts weekly. So he wrote 300 posts for other people weekly. But now I struggle to scribble 3. What changed? I'm 511 days sober. That's right. I'm saying the reason I could write so much was indeed alcohol, XYZ, an expensive bottle of Scottish whiskey to be exact. Truth is, the sauce got me through hard times. So naturally, I began studying great writers to justify my need for booze. I found an interesting pattern. Hunter S. Thompson, great writer. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Hunter S. Thompson, LSD, Coke, and booze. Stephen King, It, a bunch of books. Coke, Xanax, meth. Robert Louis Stevenson, Coke. John Paul Sartre, Google it. George Carlin, everything. A simple perplexity search will give us a ton more names. Great writers are addicts. But alas, like you say, many were not. Okay, fine. But if they weren't on coke or sniffing white powder or chugging some sauce, they were doing weird stuff like this. Voltaire, rumored to have drank 30 cups of coffee a day. Edgar Allan Poe wrote with a cat on his shoulders. Charles Dickinson, addicted to visiting the morgue. T.S. Eliot wrote when he had a head cold. Lord Byron needed lots of sex to write. Great writers are royally fucked in the head. So with that being said, a real condition. I can't write well sober. I cannot write when life is good. So I have to manufacture dark energy. I spent a month sleeping in a warehouse. So why am I reading all this? Because I think he has a point. He does have a point. And I've known this to be true too. When I started making videos on LinkedIn, we were just talking about my addiction and probably why this stood out to me. But when I was in the depths of my addiction, that's when I was the most successful in my life. Wait, let me say that again. When I was in the deepest depths of my addiction, that's when I was the most successful in my life. When I say success, I mean monetary, personal branding. And this is how I fell into addiction. Since I have a stage and nobody else to talk to, I guess we'll get into this. So I had never smoked weed. I wasn't a big drinker. Just never cared for alcohol. Just never entertained me. It didn't taste good. It has a lot of calories. Why the fuck do people drink? I mean, I understand the escapist thing, but like, just like smoke weed. It doesn't have any calories, right? But then there's like the whole like smoke thing. I guess I get it. Anyways, so I'd never really done drugs before. I never really cared to drink. I'm 27, 28 years old. I'm a man already. I go to the doctor because I wanted to do my MBA. I graduated from college because I had the pro wrestling career. So I went to school late, but I finally graduated from college at like 27, 28, whatever. And I'm working full time. Now I'm like considering getting an MBA. So I go to the doctor. I tell the doctor, I'm like, I'm overwhelmed. I'm really stressed. I have all this work piling up. I want to get my MBA. I want to do this. I want to do that, and I just don't feel like I can focus. I can't concentrate. So the doctor says, here you go. And gives me a prescription for 40 milligrams of Adderall a day. And maybe it's because he saw me. I'm 6'3", but like 220 pounds, maybe a little lighter right now because of my injury, but like about 6'3", 220, right? I'm not a small human. So maybe his assumption was I need more, or I need extra. I don't think that's how doctors are supposed to do it. So he gives me 40 milligrams a day, which is the maximum dose for an adult. And I took the pills for the first time. And that is the day that I realized I have been depressed my entire life. I have been depressed my entire life. And finally, for the first time in my entire life, I see more vividly. Color is brighter. I can finally focus on the things in front of me. I have all of this boundless energy. I just want to help the world. And for the first moment in my life, I was like, I have a cure to whatever disease I've had my entire life. What I didn't realize is what I was experiencing because of my prescription from a doctor. What I was actually experiencing was euphoria. I felt euphoria. So it's like the sensation that you get when you're like climaxing in sex, but like imagine having that feeling for 7 hours straight. I thought that was my brain working normal. I didn't realize my brain was working on overtime. And I was sucking all the dopamine out of my brain every time I was taking those pills. So something started to happen. I'm taking Adderall now. Adderall, like they give to your kids, okay? Just taking Adderall for about 3 or 4 months. And then something happens. Something happens. All of a sudden now, the pill ain't working that great. So then you start reading online and you're like, wait a second, I could take magnesium. So before I take another pill, because I know that's probably bad, I don't think I'm supposed to be taking all these pills. I'm only supposed to be taking 2. That's what they say on the bottle. So I take some magnesium. And it's like, the pill works a little bit better, but it doesn't feel as good. So I take another one. So now I get used to taking 3 every day. Well, what happens after a couple months? 3 doesn't work. All right. Now we need to take 5. Now my prescription's running out early. How am I'm only supposed to take 2. I've been taking 5 for 10 days straight. I got no pills left. Well, shit. I need another prescription. I guess I got to find another doctor. So then you find 3 doctors. And then you find 4 doctors. And then you start buying them on the street. And before you know it, what started as I need to concentrate for my MBA, I'm now taking 20 pills a day. Oh, by the way, not only is 20 pills a day extremely hard on your liver and kidneys, where you're literally like peeing out blood, but you're also becoming really successful in the process. So every video that I was putting up, I was loaded on Adderall. I mean, 20 pills. You can go back and watch my videos on this platform. And I will tell you, for 90% of the videos that you can see on LinkedIn right now, on my platform, on my page, I was high as shit. But similar to what Luke was alluding to right here in this post about addiction, is he was able to see a correlation between great writers and addiction, right? So I feel like a lot of addiction is born in boredom and isolation, and I was the perfect candidate for these things, right? So I was very isolated. It was COVID. Remember 2019? It's COVID, so I'm making these videos, and every time I make a video, it gets 100,000 views. So now I'm like, shit, I kind of like this feeling, and I like the clients that I'm gaining. I'm making more money. I'm more successful. So now what starts happening is I think what happens to most of us, which is there's this gap. And it's the gap between who we would love for everyone to think we are, for who we wish we were, and the gap is between who we are right now. And when you have an addiction that you're hiding that is fueling your success, you start creating more and more distance between who you actually are and who you're showing to the world, who you wish you were. Eventually that space becomes so far that you can't even see who you are anymore. You can't even see who you used to be anymore because you lost yourself so badly. So until you kind of overcome that, you can't start to reduce that space, and that depression will only get worse, right? So what starts to happen, I'm posting these videos. They're getting hundreds of thousands of views every time. So it's reinforcing my addiction, because this isn't the kind of addiction where you're just doing the pills to escape. I'm doing them to be productive. So there is a literal financial and a financial incentive that I continue to do this behavior until it kills me, until it puts me in a hospital. So eventually I had to quit, because you have to at some point pick yourself. There was nothing particularly special about the day. I just realized I was going to run out of pills super early again. It's becoming harder to find Adderall on the street, find it in a grocery store, like in a pharmacy, because they're constantly being sold out. So I had to meet myself at a point and say, listen, you better quit this before you can't find it, because then the choice is being made for you. Didn't even credit the fact that I don't know how many speeding tickets I had. I don't know any accidents I had, and all of these were bred from just like the craziness of my brain in that state. Because yeah, like you don't realize like all of your emotions are all tied into those chemicals, and you can really do some damage. So for Michelle, well, do we have, I wanted to see what do we have? I wanted to share Alexander's, and then we'll move our way down the list if that's okay with you guys. 3:30, friends. Although I'm not a fan of Facebook, I use the platform to communicate, and then we should say something for existence. We live in an era of media. I'm old school to give a meaningful critique. Too naive. Ensure assessments is valid. Nonetheless, I believe that this is just the beginning of a world that will utilize this tool to challenge ignorance, create new markets. And yeah, I think, although I'm not a fan of Facebook, I use that platform to hard to say. Like I would love for Facebook to get a resurgence, but I also understand that like a lot of these platforms, look at MySpace, I think Facebook eventually will disappear. I think Instagram for the company is more relevant. It's a younger audience. And it doesn't seem like, I don't know if you've noticed, but nobody's adopting a new technology, which is weird because when Facebook came out, around 04, 05, 06, when a lot of us started using it, when it kind of reached like critical mass, right? Around 06. Before you knew it, like 2011, 5 years later, there was Instagram and YouTube, like right behind it, right? So it's like you only went about 5 or 6 years without a new platform. And then like you had 2016 or around 2019, 2020, TikTok pops up. Now we have a new vehicle that people are turning to. But what's been that new thing lately? We're coming up on another 5 years. And like we haven't seen the rise of anything new outside of X, which is just Twitter. So what I find super fascinating and what you're saying is I think Facebook is going to go away and then it'll just be Instagram because Meta owns both. Or maybe they'll find a way to combine Instagram and WhatsApp and Facebook together, maybe. But my belief is that they're just going to tighten the same platforms. We're not seeing a lot of innovation right now. We're seeing a lot of innovation in AI, but not with the social platforms. So what we're seeing now, maybe the only thing that we see for another decade or so, because it just doesn't seem like there's conversation around anything, right? So we'll see. I guess that's a TBD, isn't it? I'm telling everyone about Owwll. This is an awesome concept. Thank you. I've done 10 years and appreciate you. Appreciate you, Michelle. Let's see what else we got. All right, we got some. Yes, I can completely relate, and my addiction is not recognized as being one, so it's something I talk about. Everyone. For myself, drugs and drinking was to numb the feelings and emotions that didn't understand exactly. My addiction is drug dealing, the money. So I grew up really. And I want to, and thank you so much for sharing so much valuable stuff, Michelle. I also want to say something about addiction, and it's going to be a little bit of a unique perspective. Headphones. So this is a unique perspective I want to share, which is I think a lot of people discredit certain addictions because they feel like they're different. So, like, for example, I have a friend that has a gambling addiction, poor guy. And then I have another friend that's an alcoholic. And I have another friend that's a sex addict. And then I have another friend that's addicted to weed. Seriously, I actually do know somebody that's addicted to all those different things. It's crazy. Oh, the company we keep. Like, I don't think my dad knows a single person that does drugs. But I know somebody that does every kind of drug. Like a separate person for each drug. Like Scotty does coke. You know what I mean? Anyways, there's like the drugs that like they can kill you like when you're trying to go through recovery if you don't have the tools like alcohol and I want to say like Percocet and some of those things, right? Then you have like your more like some psychological ones like maybe cannabis. It's more of like a psychological dependency, right? You have all kinds of things like meth and heroin, and then you have things like like I said, gambling that people don't typically associate with like an addiction that really needs treatment. But to me, I think they're all the same. And the reason why I say that is I can't judge your personal experience and how things hurt you. So, for you, a gambling addiction could easily be more serious than a heroin addiction if it's something that you don't have control over. I'm not in your head. I don't know how things hurt you, right? But one thing that I stick with is I don't judge anybody that's dealing with addiction. I'm not going to say my addiction hurt me more than your addiction hurt you. Who the fuck am I to know what your pain feels like? The only thing I know is it hurts. It was uncomfortable. Like is one pain worse? I don't know. They all sucked. So anytime somebody says, well, like well, but I'm not really addicted, or if somebody says like, oh well, that's not a real addiction. I don't think they're that different. They all hurt. Can we agree on that, please? They all hurt. Um, I can't advocate the use of substances for everyone, but I realize that we are prisoners within our own lives. Years and years ago, I experienced Grateful Dead tours. That was a period of enlightenment. There are obvious dangers in using substances. Realize that the shortfalls and seamless balance. I want to pull this up so you guys can read this. So, I realize that we are prisoners within our own lives. Prisoners in our own lives. That's one that I struggle with a lot. But I think it's because I've done too many psychedelics. Yeah, there's that. You want to break your brain? Do psychedelics. You won't know where the floor is anymore. You won't know where the floor is anymore. What do I mean by that? When you do psilocybin, or when you do some of these psychedelics, and even sometimes if you do a little bit too much cannabis and you close your eyes, things get a little bit weird. I remember one story. I don't go out of my way to talk about it as much as I can, but it's funny, and I think for the ones of you that are listening, it'll be funny to you. You may know Shay Rowbottom. She's on LinkedIn. She's got quite a following. I know. We used to date, and I remember one summer we were in Wisconsin. We went to like a lake house in Wisconsin, and it was my first time ever doing mushrooms. I'm pretty sure it was the first time I ever did psilocybin. Okay, so like she kind of like planned out the whole day, right? And we ate breakfast, and then we were gonna go to the lake. And there was like this dock. We're gonna walk down the dock. We're gonna go to the edge of the lake, and then we had these inner tubes, and we were just gonna like lay in the inner tubes and do mushrooms, do some psilocybin. Why not, right? So we get out there, and we get out there, and we're on like these inner tubes, and all of a sudden, like I'd already taken the mushrooms or whatever, and I'm starting to like kind of feel relaxed, and it's starting to settle in. The psilocybin is doing its thing. Things are starting to get weird. It kind of almost reminds me of like a Disney movie where like all the leaves are colorful and they're shiny and they look like they're almost alive, like they're just going to turn in, like every leaf on the tree is just going to turn into a butterfly and fly away. That's where we were. So I'm on an inner tube in a lake in Wisconsin when I kind of like turn around, and then I notice that the dock is getting further and further away. Here's the problem. I'm not sober. So I'm just drifting away in a lake in Wisconsin, and then I see Shay, and she's laughing. And I'm thinking, wait a second. With the limited amount of self-awareness I still had before I went to the great beyond with the psilocybin, while I still had consciousness, I'm over here wrestling with this idea that I have to get back to this dog as quickly as I possibly can. I didn't make it back there for a long time. So, but I guess that was just her sense of humor. But that was a pretty scary experience. But just to lean back into the experience of psilocybin, it's just it just makes you aware of so many more things that maybe you weren't paying attention to. I feel like it's definitely made me look at life from a much deeper lens. And like what they joke about, like the Matrix and like the red pill, blue pill thing, I think there might be some truth to it. Because like the people that I talk to, the people that have some of these beliefs, it's something about their energy that's just very relaxed. And I just feel like they may know something that we just haven't figured out completely yet. So we are here. We're starting to get a mild headache. I don't know if that typically happens when I do these. I can't remember. But I guess that would be good too. If I can't remember it, the headache can't be that bad from not sleeping. Then again, I don't remember. So I cannot ever. Love it, Alexander. I believe we are products of our environment and that we can't do better until we know better, if that makes sense. The failure of this learning tools to become better and then not utilizing them. Yeah, I like that is absolutely right. Like in another way of framing it is when I think about, like an ex or a previous relationship or somebody that might have hurt me, I think that's something that helps keep me grounded is understanding that that person, like myself, did the best we could with the tools we had, right? I did the best I could with the tools I had. Unless I was a complete asshole and I had the intention of hurting somebody, which I didn't, I did the best I could with the tools that I had, right? So, like, don't have shame towards yourself if maybe the conversation didn't go exactly as planned. It's easy. It's easy for people to say, control your emotions. It's easy to say, don't let that hurt you. It's easy to say, don't have an emotional reaction to this. But the body doesn't work that way. And it's through processing it, not in the moment, but all of those hours and days afterwards that creates those muscles in us that allows us to transcend these things. Because I don't think it's like I wish. I wish in the way that people say it, oh, like if somebody dumped you or if you lost the job or like whatever, to just walk away. Just walk away with your confidence and your self-respect still intact. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. But if you guys want to chime in with your own opinions, feel free to do that. Nobody deserves to feel pain. And you did the best you could, you know? Give yourself some grace, give yourself some compassion. These are hard things that we go through. Don't cry over spilt milk. Ain't that the truth? Oh, just looking at the lens. You know how jarring it is to like just be in an empty room and looking into a camera lens? Like, what a weird thing. And to know that there's like other people on the other side watching, that it's like a one-way mirror. It's like having a one-way mirror to the world. There's people watching you, but you can't see them. It's super interesting, right? And the reason why I mention this is like when I'm teaching people how to, speak on camera and communicate and do all those things. Like you first have to understand that the behavior in which you're trying to do is inherently weird. The behavior you're trying to do is inherently weird. Like there's nothing biologically that makes sense about looking into a little black box and it recording you and then people all over the world watching it. We weren't supposed to be doing this. That's why it's awkward. Because like we were meant to speak to people in person, right? Like you talk to somebody face to face, not face to camera. So when you're trying to make videos, understand it is awkward. But it's awkward because there's no biological reason I should be looking at a black box and staring and expressing myself as if I were talking to a human. Then there's the other part, which is 100 years ago. If you met 200-300 people in your life, that was a lot, right? Because traveling was much different. You stayed much closer to family, different world. But now, am I getting that tired that now I'm starting to forget? Their products in the environment do better. Makes sense. Following components. Wait, let me see. I believe children will see until it makes sense that failures, learning tools become better. Don't cry over spilled milk. The lens thing. So going back to it, 200 or 300 years ago, they were marketing. I'll answer that next. So, like I was saying, you might meet 200, 300 people in your lifetime. You know what I mean? And that'd be a lot, like 100 years ago, right? But now, just today, I've probably met, I don't know, five, 300, 400 people. I don't know, a lot. So if you're seeing, like more people in a day online than people that you're going to see in a lifetime 100 years ago, I feel like that's something else that is not inherently human. Like biologically, you're not supposed to meet thousands of people in a lifetime. And although it's cool and it's great, I think that these are very weird feelings. So when people tell me I'm afraid to speak on stage, well, yeah. Like what kind of scenario in life, like from a nomadic, like prehistoric level, why the fuck would you be standing in front of thousands of people? Those could be like thousands of predators that could potentially attack you. What a weird thing. What a weird thing to stand in front of that many people and get them to pay attention to you. That's a lot of pressure. What a weird thing to look into a camera and know that people are watching you on the other side. That's weird. So hold grace towards yourself because these things are not easy. They're weird. They're not normal. So it's a good place to start. Let's see. It has a lot to do with older generations were raised. I believe children were seen and not heard, and there was no talking about family problems outside of the home back then. Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, like, how many of us have narcissistic parents? Parents that portrayed themselves perfect at church, perfect in public, and maybe they weren't so perfect. Maybe they weren't that real. It's definitely a thing. Let's see. I think these things are contributing components to why mental well-being is just now becoming more prevalent. Yeah. And that's been a theme that we've been talking throughout the day. It's like emotional emotional regulation, personal growth and development. I think they've always been things. I mean, Tony Robbins has been around for a long time, but even that, Dale Carnegie, I mean, we go way, way back. How to win friends and influence people. I mean, this is like something that's been around for a very, very long time. But I love the fact that, yes, like you were saying, I think that there's a lot more conversation around these types of topics. And yeah, I think that it's good that we're having more conversations around it. But what Michelle, what we were touching on earlier was this idea that it's a spectrum, right? Like we want to do the personal development stuff. We want to talk about childhood trauma. We want to talk about our mental health. But there's a point where it becomes like an obsession, right? So I feel like a part of our responsibility is we need to find that middle ground, right? Where we're not like constantly focusing all the time on the pain that we've experienced in our lifetimes, like all that trauma and whatever. But also not putting it in a box and storing it away. That's not the answer either. It was so funny. I was having a conversation with my dad. And this is no fault of his. It's just like we just don't know what we don't know. And maybe he's right. This could be the truth about it. So what happened? I toured my quads and I was in recovery and I was in a lot, I was really sad. I just at that point gone through a breakup. Like the girl broke up with me, I don't know, a week after I got hurt. And the overwhelming loneliness, the vulnerable feeling of being like basically locked in a bed, can't move. That was really scary. And that hurt a lot, and it was very, very lonely. But it's like in moments like that, my dad approaches me. And what my dad said is like, Johnny, like, and this was coming from a loving place. He's like, you're having all these negative feelings, like, why don't you just like put them in a box and, like go over to the closet and throw it in the closet and close the door, that'd be great, you know. But that's a form of avoidance. And I would be afraid to find out how it would show itself in my life in other places, in other ways. So to me, it's like I don't want to put it in a box, but I don't want it to run my life. And I don't know when I'm going to get to that middle point, because it seems like I just jump like from one extreme to the next, but hopefully at the point we reach the middle. So let's hope for that. I get excited to speak publicly. LOL. Like there's itinerary. Hell yeah. Speaking in public's fun, girl. There's this belief that by the time you're 10, 1 billion decisions have been made for you. So at 20 and 30 years old, when figuring massive work to learn our truths versus. Since it's just you and me, Michelle, I'm taking my time to respond to these things because I really want to digest what you're saying, because it was deep. There is so many goddamn cables under this desk, and they have been annoying the shit out of me all fucking day. They're wrapped around my boots. Fucking cables. Oh, there we go. Finally. There's been this belief. So, by the way, I totally believe that. What an interesting statement. I've never heard that anywhere before, but I love it. 10 billion, 10 million, 10 billion. About 1 billion decisions have been made for you, right? By the time you're 10. And so 2030, we're trying to figure out who we are, and there's massive work to learn our truths versus societal status quo. How ironic. It seems like every decision after I become an adult has been the wrong one. I guess my parents were better than I thought, because I'm just doing the opposite of what they would have wanted me to do. No, that's not true. I am actually relatively successful. But the point behind that is beautifully articulated, because it's so true. Like when you're a couple of years old, when you're under 10, really under 18, let's be honest, like your parents are kind of dictating most of your personal and important decisions. And then, you know, your 30s, it's a slow process of just, I have way more decisions to make now. Why do you guys think I wear all black? It's because I don't want to think. I don't want to make another decision. I don't want to think about what I have to wear. Just like, give me the black shirt. I'll just wear that, you know? So true. And it's like adulthood is the paralyzing feeling of making the wrong choice all the time, with our relationships, with our jobs. So you find a lot of people stay single, work at jobs that they don't like, live a very isolated lifestyle, because it's the safest outcome. They know what to expect, they know what to anticipate. It just feels safer, you know? But I don't really get it myself. I don't really get that myself. I don't get, you know, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay for things to not go right. Like life is not meant to be lived in such a way where you make the least mistakes possible. What does it matter one way or another? Right? You learn, like, some of the mistakes I've made, I'm not trying to relive, but they had to happen and they didn't kill me. So there's that. So I definitely get to you. Love that. Get sentimental. We love that. Parents, doctors, teachers, extended family. So many people make every decision for you until, if not longer, typically. You're right. You know, like you don't really think about those things. But what happens when you become an adult? Holy shit! What happens when you become a business owner? What happens if you become an adult and a business owner at the same time? Now it's like you get that overwhelming feeling, which is, again, a recipe for addiction. My second addiction, which it's I don't know that it's not an addiction. That's a really strong word to use. There was a psychological dependency to it, which was cannabis, right? But when you have a lot of success fast, or like she was alluding to here, when all of a sudden you don't have to make a lot of important business decisions, or you don't have to make a lot of decisions in general, and all of a sudden you have all the decisions to make, your body doesn't catch up. Your body doesn't catch up, and it feels everything. It holds everything. Your body doesn't catch up when you make all these decisions to be this person, or what have you. So that's when, like, dependency to substances comes in. It's because of a life not lived in alignment, and maybe the pressure is causing you to need to escape the scenario that you're in right now. You need to escape. You need just out of this situation, and drugs many times have provided that solace, that relief that we desperately need in moments like that. What I desperately need is not drugs, but I do have to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Michelle, if you want, you can just keep things rocking and rolling while you're here. I'm just kidding. But I'll be right back, guys. I will be a moment. We're just hanging out here. 4 o'clock. 5 to go. Just 5 to go. All right. Bathroom. I'm going. I'm going. I'll be right back. I promise. Oh, my knees. Oh, I'm waiting for the sun to come up. We got Greg in the house? Where's Greg at? Where you at, Gregory? Come share some heat with us, eh? Share some heat with us. We're going to talk about some stuff in a moment. We're going to have some guests here, too. It was fun joining you. Love it. Thanks, buddy. You're the best. We got Nyla coming in shortly. We're looking good, guys. We got 5 hours left. Less than 5 hours. Look at that. Booking its reach. Nice. I'm here, guys. Don't worry. The rule is you can take 5 minutes. That's kind of like the arbitrary rule that I created for myself because nobody makes the rules. So to me, it's like you can take a 5-minute break. And what we were also contemplating was like, we were considering diapers. We were considering that because I feel like being off camera, I could have snuck in a 3-minute nap. But I think 5 minutes is fair. We could take a little while. I could have a little break, guys, if it's okay with you. You know, this is actually the time that's the hardest every time. Like that gap from like 2 a.m. to like 6 a.m. It's definitely the hardest part because every normal person, besides me, Greg, and Michelle, are asleep. Like normal, but I think when you've had enough sleepless nights, this becomes a little more normal. It's not that bad. I remember it, right? You know the feeling. Like that day after a really bad breakup or a job loss. You went sleeping. Just channel that pain. Remember it. You'll stay awake. You won't have a problem. You don't need anything to stimulate. I don't need beer or anything. I got my memories to keep me awake. Congratulations on your book as well. I love the love. Love the love in the comment section. Thanks, guys. That's some good stuff. I'm going to be sending a link to another guest so we can get this going. And Michelle, I added you. We'll talk offline one of these days. Thank you for being so supportive of me. Oh boy. Just going through my page, doing the business. And we're going to send a link so we can have some of our friends involved. We're going to do Nyla. Just send this link. Boom, boom. And we go from here. So why do we do 24-hour live streams? Why do we do 24-hour live streams? I think I went on a tangent with the Mr. Beast thing and we never got back to it. I can't say I was a Mr. Beast fan, and for those of you uninitiated, Mr. Beast is the YouTuber with the most subscribers. Remember when like we used to care about stuff like that? We don't care about that anymore. It doesn't matter how many subscribers you have. Anyways, so 2019, 2020, I would watch these Mr. Beast videos and he would do these crazy challenges. And maybe the reason why some of you are watching, you're kind-hearted and you worry about me. Thank you. But in addition to that, people, you know, it's almost like I'm going to be careful about how they say this. Have you ever seen a car accident where there's no people in it? Because we don't want anybody to get hurt. But have you ever seen a car accident with no people in it? We can't help but look at it, right? Because there's like a morbid curiosity that we have that just makes us like feel compelled to watch. You guys are going to see what happens, or I hope you stick around, because all of the business happens in the 23rd hour. Because at that point, everybody's just trying to figure out, did this guy make it? Did he survive? It's almost as if the other 23 hours were important to me, right? Because like you're conducting interviews, you want it to be entertaining, you want people engaged, you want people commenting, giving their opinions and feeling connected, right? That's hard. And then you do it for 24 hours straight. That's a lot. Did I But while I care about those 23 hours, everybody comes at the last hour because they just want to see what you have to say about it, if you made it, if you survived it. So that's the fun for me is that final hour. It's getting to the destination, but it's fun for them too because we made it, you know. So what's great about these challenges outside of, you know, just like making another post to generate leads or hosting another webinar or masterclass is that it's different and it captures people's attention because it's outside of the box. And when we see something that's new, we feel compelled. And look at what it did for my business, right? I've talked to, you know, maybe a dozen or two people today. A couple of them will turn into business. And I got to experiment with a fun, different way of doing things without it being like another masterclass or webinar that like nobody, people pay attention to them. But if I can have a moment of creative expression and have fun with something and also make me money, like you really can't go wrong with that. So 24 challenges are really about, I'll use another example, like watching a great movie. If you if you saw, for example, I don't know, let's call it Star Wars. I'm sorry if you've never seen Star Wars, all right. But you know, like if Luke just, you know, got to the point where they're doing like the celebration at the end of A New Hope, if like all we saw, or if the only story behind Star Wars was there was a great battle and we won, where's the story in that? There was a great battle and we won. That would be the story if you remove the pain, if you remove the obstacles, if you remove the challenges, if you remove the people that hurt you, if you remove the people that loved you, if you remove all those things, it's just a movie about you winning, right? There's no story in that. There's nothing inherently interesting about that, right? And now, once again, because we're in the 16th or 17th hour, oh yeah, it was about the Mr. Beast content, doing these challenges, right? So, this is my brain. You never said your favorite marketing project and why. Okay, I will say that. To get a year worth of content that lets you focus on other projects. You never said your favorite marketing project. What was my favorite marketing project? My favorite marketing project. I have a couple. And I guess I have all the time in the world, but I'll keep it simple to keep it entertaining. I can't give it a straight answer because I just think it's boring. My favorite marketing campaign was the one that I derived on my dating profile. My dating profile is by far my most proud marketing campaign because as a digital marketer, I took all of my best bells and whistles and applied it to a dating vehicle because I think I'm supposed to date people. That's what we're supposed to do. I'm just scared. I'm scared. Anyways, so I was like, okay, like not male, female doesn't fucking matter. I don't judge, right? But hey, in my case, I was trying to attract women. I mean, they don't think that far differently from men, but um, I thought, okay, I'm going to take a photo with my grandparents so that it shows like I like I'm like a family type of person, you know. And then I took another photo with like a golden retriever because like dogs and like women love dogs. And then I had another photo and it had like a baby in it. And it's like, I love babies. Like when I'm doing marketing, I'm just like, what gets the most hits? Old people, babies, and dogs and cats, right? Like that always performs well. So I had some data to support the fact that if I choose these pictures strategically, every photo I'm smiling because most guys on dating profiles, they have like an angry look on their face. Oh, I'm so tough, you know? No, I was like smiling. So I'm doing something that is contrarian to what everybody else is doing. So what have we identified so far? We're hitting emotional triggers, which are the retirees, the dogs, the puppies, the babies, right? Emotional triggers. And then I'm smiling, I'm laughing, right? So you get like that positive energy, right? And then the copy, like, what are the things that I think are the most universal for women to feel safe? Which they're things I believe in. They're true to me, but I can still use my language to arrive there. Anticipate needs, consistency, looking for an intentional relationship, like just little mechanisms, little bells and whistles like that. It's all marketing. And remember, good marketing is not about misleading people, right? Because then it's just clickbait. Good marketing sells the truth. And if, like I actually, like, I do love my grandparents. I do have a dog. I do love babies. I love my own kids. These are still all things that are true to me. I'm just bringing the things that they also find attractive to the forefront. It's no different marketing a business, marketing an individual, a personal brand, trying to sell, trying to convert. So I hope my answer is satisfactory. My favorite marketing campaign of all time was myself, my dating profile. To get a year worth, yep. I can relate to this. LOL, I haven't been dating profile forever, but back in my day, I put some funny-ish. I I don't understand dating in 2024. It, like, everybody's lonely. Everybody needs somebody, but nobody wants the somebody they picked. How do what do we do about this? A lot of it, I think, is that we have way too many options. And we're all trying to find that perfect person that just checks all the boxes. Problem with that is you may not realize like how short the ride is, and I'd hate to reach the end of it and still be sitting in a studio by myself on a Monday night. But there's also a peace that comes with it. There's there's a little bit of a sadness, to be honest with you. A little bit of a sadness to know that like I'm not going to go home to anybody when I finish this. But it's also kind of cool because I can sleep all afternoon and nobody's going to tell me anything. And then I can eat cereal and it's fine. I won't get an upset. It's fine. I can do whatever I want, which is also kind of cool. And nobody judges me. Well, kind of cool, you know? But all of that aside, relationships are tough. Marketing stuff. I'm gonna send you the content I made for back then. That's how good it was. I've saved it. There we go. Send it over. Send it over. We'd love to see it. I want the least perfect person that shows up when it's hard. I want the least perfect person that shows up when it's hard and we can grow together. Michelle, we have to have a conversation about that. Granted, let's give each other compassion because it's about 4 o'clock in the morning, at least for me. Okay. When you say something like that, I feel pain for you. And maybe I'm misreading it because it's just words on a screen. And maybe we need to have a conversation at some point in the future. But the way that I read into it, and I could be wrong, but when you say, I want the least perfect person that shows up when it's hard and we can grow together, um, I know exactly how you feel. And the way that I'm reading it is the way that I read it to myself. So you say, I want the least perfect person that shows up. When you say you want the least perfect person, is that what you feel like you deserve? Do you feel like you deserve the least perfect person? Or maybe the least perfect person would be somebody that could look at you and accept you? Because I struggle with that too. I want to find the least perfect person because I feel like the least perfect person. So it's like I don't want somebody to judge me. I don't want somebody to make me feel like I'm a burden on them. Give me the least perfect person because it's the only person that I could relate with, right? And then you say least perfect person that shows up when it's hard. That's also very powerful. So that like tells me that you may have struggled and I'm sure you've already shared it. Sorry about my memory. Um that people weren't there for you, that you were screaming out and there wasn't anybody there. So, like, what are we learning? Like, maybe our self worth, you and I both, we're together in this, is not as high as it should be. And in addition to that, we have a history of people not showing up for us when we really needed them. And maybe there's a hope that if somebody's broken just as bad as we are, they will see us, they will relate with us, and they'll support us so that we can both lift each other up. That is a beautiful thing. But it hurts too. No, like the second part, I don't want someone that is like perfect and thinks mistakes can't happen. And oh, right. Someone that understands that the relationship is trials and tribulations. And I definitely don't I know my self worth. This is absolutely true. And we'll tackle one thing at a time. You know, someone that understands what's going on, Alex. Thanks for diving in with us. Thanks for keeping us company over here. We're having a pretty deep conversation, myself and Michelle Ramos over here. So, someone that understands that relationship is trials and tribulations and needs conversations to grow. Thank you. Communication, number one. Communication. There's two words that I think are the most important in a relationship, and then there's two that I found are also very important that you need to have locked in, especially as a man. But the first two to me is commitment and communication, and you allude to both here. I don't believe in love the way that you think of it, and I don't mean you, Michelle. I mean just like people in general. Love's kind of bullshit. Love is bullshit because although I can love you, that doesn't mean that I'm committed to you, right? Commitment is something that is so much deeper. Commitment doesn't care if you feel like loving me today or not. Because you're not going to love me every day. I'm going to be an asshole sometimes. I'm going to have my own struggles. I'm not going to be perfect, right? But when we're going through this process and when we're trying to find our people and, we're like talking about the commitment and communication, commitment's everything, right? Like I said, despite how you feel, the person that wakes up every morning and chooses you looks in your eyes and says, I'm committed to you today, and I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to be committed to you then, despite the way that I feel. That is love to me. I don't like using the word love, but if I had to, I'd rather it look like that. Because I feel like we live in a society where love is sometimes confused for desire and for infatuation, which are complete bullshit. That's your brain playing tricks on you. That's like your serotonin and your endorphins shooting off, your adrenaline going off. It's bullshit. Because desire and lust and all of those things are great, but they are so temporary and they're free on the internet. Sorry. I mean, it's just true. I don't do that. But you might save yourself some pain. Anyways, all of that said, I'm a big believer in commitment. I want to know that you're committed. I don't care if you love me. Be committed. That's a good way to look at relationships. Thanks, LinkedIn user. Is that you, Will? I find it works for me. I think it's really important. I'll pull that up. I like it. When I can't, let's see. When I can't give 100%, maybe I can only give 30%. Love is knowing that there are days it may be 70-30 or 20-80 or 100 and 0. I don't think it should matter. And I think the people that are constantly keeping track, the people that would judge you or say like you're not holding up your part of the weight, right? Who wants to be around those people? You know? Like that is like a highly transactional relationship, something I wouldn't really care to be a part of, you know? So yeah, like to me. Hey, Greg. It's nice to see you, Greg. So, like I was saying, to me, commitment is number one, and then communication. Communication's a hard one. Communication's why my last relationship didn't work out because you have people pleasers. You have people, and what's a people pleaser? A people pleaser is an individual that just has weak boundaries, doesn't want to disrupt the status quo, doesn't want confrontation, but people pleasing. Although some may feel that it's well intended, there's actually a lot of darkness to people pleasing because really what you're trying to do, and please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but when I see people pleasing behavior, I think it's something else. I don't think it's you being nice at all. I don't think you're being nice for being a people pleaser. I think you're actually being pretty selfish. Why? Why would it be selfish? It's because people pleasers are doing it to control the narrative around themselves. It's ego, right? Well, I don't want this person to think X of me, no matter what the X is. You're trying to control a narrative around yourself and you're being inauthentic because you're afraid of a reaction. I know because I've been there, and I'm sure a lot of us have been there. We have people pleasing behavior. But at the end of the day, people just don't respect that. And that creates a lot of problems in relationships when you're with a people pleaser because what they start doing without you even knowing, which makes it even worse, is they will quietly start resenting you and you won't even know why. They're resenting you because they're fighting feelings within themselves that they're not expressing to you, like maybe they don't like something, but they don't have the capacity to express it. So they're just quietly hating you. And I can only imagine that there's people in relationships that hate each other, but they're just I can't confront them. Has that been any of you? Where you'll just stay in a situation a little too long because you're afraid of their reaction. We've been there. We know what this life is like, don't we? It's a thing. Let's see. I now go into every single thing regardless without expectations. If there isn't an expectation, there can't be a disappointment. I hear you, Michelle. And you're right. I don't know what it is about your energy that I just sense a heaviness a little bit. But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Unconditional love, but don't allow people to abuse that, right? So I think again, it's about having healthy boundaries. It's about drawing a line in the sand of how much you allow people into your space, you know, and into your energy and how much you give of yourself to them. I think super super important. But yeah, to be in relationships without expectations, I think you just save yourself a lot of pain that way. And I think that that's why you do it. It was a hard lesson to realize the love and compassion I was selflessly giving was truly what I was seeking. I had to learn to love and show it for myself. I struggle with that, but I struggle with that idea in totality, right? And here's why I struggle with it. I'm never gonna put myself first because as a society, I wasn't taught to. I wasn't taught to put myself first. It's very counterintuitive. When you grow up watching superheroes like Superman or Spider-Man or Batman or Captain America or Iron Man, what do they all have in common? Self-sacrifice for the greater of the collective. So if I'm on a 24-hour podcast, that's a form of self-sacrifice. If I do a crazy video edit, if I work super long hours. But when did we as a society think that was a bad thing, right? So it's hard. It's hard to develop those boundaries and really like embrace the self-love thing when our society's telling us no. Like it's honorable. It's honorable to sacrifice. And I'm hearing a weird noise over here, so I gotta go check it out. Oh, what am I doing here? Why am I here? We're just doing some house cleaning. I have to clean this office because you guys can't see everything. But like on the other side of this, there's a chick that sits like right over here on this side of like the studio. Okay. She like sits right over here. There's like a whole desk and like massive setup none of you can see. One of these days we'll show you. Anyways, like I'm staring at her chair right now, her desk. And so like even though she's just like a normal like an employee, if I leave any of this space like with anything on it, if I haven't like sprayed it with disinfectant and like put a little pumpkin spice candle and like I guess like just redo the seats, maybe just buy new ones. If it's not absolutely perfect, this chick loses her mind. So every once in a while, just so that I don't have to deal with it when she walks in the office, I'm just like strategically cleaning up a little bit. So when the moment comes, I don't lose another finger. And then like we got that going on. And then over there, like where the coffee machine is and stuff, I keep hearing these weird sounds. And I don't know about you, but it's like 4:40 in the morning. Hearing random weird sounds at 4:40 in the morning when you're in an empty building is a little bit creepy. Not as creepy as the 24-hour podcast we did last summer when I was left alone with a guy that was clearly on drugs and I was doing an interview with him, and we were alone. I was just thinking to myself, my mom wouldn't be happy to know that I'm here in this situation with this guy. So now Jason basically locks me into the office by myself, and I just hang out here. But it's cool. I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, it tastes like freedom. So we have 4.5 hours left. Not too bad. Boundaries can be expectations. Greg, you're gonna have to elaborate on that one. I don't know if I agree. Boundaries can be expectations. No, I don't think so. I think boundaries are boundaries and expectations are expectations. Boundaries are personal in a different kind of way. So, like, what's a boundary that you have? Let's play with the idea. Maybe Greg's right. Maybe Greg's right. Let's play with this idea of like the difference between a boundary and an expectation. First and foremost, what kinds of expectations are you imposing on a free human? Okay? I don't feel comfortable putting expectations on anybody ever. If you cheat on me, I break up with you. But you can cheat. I'm not going to stop you. If you decide you don't want to be with me tomorrow, we break up and it's over. I don't have an expectation that you have to be with me if you don't want to. Greg, everybody's free and we can't control anybody, which also means we can't put expectations on anybody. We can hope and we can encourage people and we can say, like, my boundary is that I'm looking for a specific type of relationship, but I don't think that we can put expectations on people. That's unfair, and I don't think it works. It doesn't work. You can't put they're going to fight it. And if they're not fighting it, then it's good for them. And if it's good for them, then it's not a problem. But if it's just you, and I'm not talking about you in general, Greg, obviously, but like if the expectations are just not being met on your side, I don't know why that's your partner's problem. If you're not meeting your partner's problems, why is that her problem? If a boundary is defined, then there is an expectation to respect it. I disagree. They don't have to respect it. They could just walk away. Can they just walk away? I don't know. I've learned that because I don't want to control anybody. You know, there were times in my life where I had expectations. And then, Greg, if you peel back the onion enough, you'll realize that those expectations are control. Right? You do this, or else I'm not going to be happy, or I'm going to feel disrespected. Well, if you feel disrespected, walk away. People are inherently free. We can't control them. It's a choice to be made. And you know what? If they don't like it, they're not worth your time. You know? They're not worth your time. Commitment, yeah, if you're committed to me, don't lie to me. But then if you say, I'm not, it turns out I can't do anything. I can't do anything about that. It's releasing control. It's letting go. It's just allowing things to be. Because the truth is, today, that person might leave you or that person may disrespect you or not honor the boundaries that you want for yourself. You know, that person may leave, they may break your heart. But dude, I know you'll run into another one and they'll impose expectations on you that you don't like. And they'll say, this is my boundary. And you'll say, I don't like that. You'll walk away. You'll walk away too. Because you'll say to yourself, I don't like your expectation. I ain't playing with that. I ain't playing that game. And I think that it, you know, I had a couple of divorces before I learned that. You know, I've had some relationship experiences before I learned that it's like, it's just wasted time. I don't want to be a controlling dude, whatever, you know? But I love these types of conversations. They make you think because the words we use, they have a lot of different meanings. They can mean a lot of different things. But great conversation. Yeah. Yes, I have a Diet Coke problem. I'm not going to die. It's got no calories. And it's like 4 ingredients, guys. Y'all are so silly. Y'all are so silly. We've got carbonated water, caramel color, aspartame, phosphoric acid, potassium benzoate, natural flavors, citric acid, and caffeine. I mean, honestly, the the vape's probably worse, though. I'm sure the vape is worse. We'll work on that habit when we work on the rest. And different interpretations. Absolutely. Let's see what this comment was. That is true. It's a choice to be made. You're absolutely right. If a boundaries and different interpretations. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. All different. All different. But in the same way, beautifully similar. So, got a couple more hours. I'm still waiting for my guests to join us. It is October 1st. Happy Halloween month if you all celebrate it. Let's see if I can piggyback off of this conversation we were just having. And maybe because you're... Ooh, Alexander chimed in. You may be committed because you're obligated. That may not be based in love. Thoreau once said, most men lead lives in quiet desperation. We love because we need to. It's a part of being human. What life was ever truly lived without it? Wow. I've read that many times, but maybe I didn't read it right. Most men lead lives of quiet desperation. Like, how is that more relevant today than it was when they made that? I don't know. I just feel like in my grandfather's time, dating and life in general just seemed a little bit more basic and simple and easier to follow. I mean, now they have alphabet for everything. They have terms and words and shit. Let's see. You have a relationship with expectations of someone you love. If the expectations are not met, does that mean the end of the love? I can have a really. If the expectations are not met, does that mean? Yeah, like what I was. What do we define as expectations? Like, what do we like picking up kids from school? Or, I think it's also like what do you define as an expectation? Like making you lunch in the morning, or like you're not going to cheat on me. I think it also depends on the depths of like what the expectation is. But even still, like is if the expectations are not met, does that mean the end of the love? That's a great question. If it's not, oh, okay, yeah, okay. Sorry about that, Michelle. Yeah, I will share this, and let me know if I'm not, so that I can share these. Yeah, it looks like I might have missed some. Okay, so let's show this. I didn't capture the very beginning of it. I don't really understand it completely, but you have a relationship with expectations of love, expectations of someone you love. If the expectations are not met, does that mean the end of the love? If the expectations are not met, does that mean the end of love? That's what I'm taking from it. I hope that's what you meant. If the expectations are not met, does that mean it's the end of the love? And it goes back to what I was saying. What do we define as expectation? Is it like cheating, or is it like picking up kids from the school and like making your lunch, right? What are the expectations? I always, as I just shared, leaned into no, I don't have any. That's not love. Love is not expectation, right? Expectation is selfish. I expect you to do this. You have to do this. No, you can do this. I'd like for you to do this. You don't have to do this. Every time I hear the word expectations, I think of control. It's aggressive. And I don't agree with it. So I'm just like, no, lack of expectations are not the end of love. It's the beginning of the love. When you finally let go of your expectations, you can start to love. How about that? Let's see. My boundaries were built for my own protection and respect for myself. I believe others should respect this, but they have the decision to make. Absolutely, we can't control them. They have to make that decision on ourselves. But Michelle, we can position ourselves to receive the respect by how we carry ourselves or energy, and we can command it from people through that, right? I believe it's easy to set the boundaries as for respect, but enforcing the boundaries very hard. Okay, so no. How can you have an expectation of someone you love if they don't meet the expectation? Is that the end of the love? Okay. I think expectation is the wrong word, maybe because it could be a deal breaker for me. If expectations aren't okay, here I'll show this one. Um, let's see. I think expectations is the wrong word, maybe because it could be a deal breaker for me. If expectations aren't met, then for myself, it's like setting or accepting less than I feel I deserve. Right. That's why I think expectations might just be the wrong word we're using. Right? It's like, I mean, there's got to be some kind of rules in a relationship. It's just expectation is too aggressive. It's too controlling. Maybe we can find another word. I just don't have the energy at 20 hours in to find one. I'm sorry, guys. But there's got to be a better word. There's got to be a better word for that because I just don't believe in that. And it works for some people. But I don't see how you can live a completely fulfilling life full of all of the good things if you're putting expectations. I'm just saying. Because then you don't know how people will act on their own accord, on their own volition. How do they act? You got expectations in place. You don't know. Isn't it interesting when you stop texting people and they stop texting you? Isn't it interesting that if you looked at a lot of your relationships, if you stop making the effort, would they still try? How many of us live in that pain? Probably a lot, right? Quiet desperation. Quiet desperation is a great way to put it because it kind of reminds me of that thing in dating when it's like, I don't want to seem too interested when I am. I'm constantly having to diminish myself and hold my feelings back because I don't want to be taken as too much. How many of you can relate to that? How many of you guys have been that way where we have to make ourselves smaller so that whoever we're dating, like we don't mess it up? I need to hold my feelings back because I shouldn't be this excited about somebody. What happened to enjoying that? It's fun. It feels good. But it's like we're constantly having to like diminish ourselves to make other people feel like, okay, he's normal. What if I just love? What if I just enjoy the romantic process and I'm just got a little extra energy in the front end? You know? And that applies both sides. I've been both sides of that. Thumbs up, buttercup. Good stuff. I love talking about relationships because everything is about dating and mating at the end of the day. The guy that wins the football championship gets the girl. It's still all about dating. Right? Dating, mating. But it's interesting. Dating changes a little bit in your 30s. What I've found to be, and again, like all love, I'm not judging my process. I just think it's fascinating. Is when you're in your 30s, it's different because by now you should have a career. You should have kind of like set yourself up a little bit. But it was different when you were in your 20s because you're both kind of like struggling and finding yourselves, right? But by the time a man's kind of like reached his mid 30s, where I'm at, you should have some answers. And you should have some things in place, and you should have some infrastructure. And it's my second year in business, and we're killing it. We're doing amazing. Um, but then there's like the self-care elements. You're trying to run a business, you're trying to go on dates, you're trying to save money for the future. You've got all these, you're juggling all these things at the same time. Give yourself grace, give yourself compassion. Life is tough. And keep saying it, but it's true. Physical pain isn't even painful for me. The mental and emotional pain is more debilitating. Debilitating. I don't even want to feel that, so I protect my energy. And who gets access to it? Yeah, yeah. Learn that the hard way. I'm sure you did too. I'm sure that's how all of us learn things the hard way, right? You left yourself vulnerable one too many times. You leave yourself vulnerable one too many times. And that last time, it just does something to your spirit where you feel like you lost a little bit of that that naive energy, but you kind of wanted to protect it because you liked it, and now you just see people for who they are. Ugh, been there. Know what that's like. You got to protect your energy. That's when you work in like the boundaries. Put those walls nice and high. People can be mean, and we've got 4 more hours, friends. 4 more to go. I'm gonna start a little stopwatch for myself. I'm excited. Even though I am enjoying my time with all of you so much. At some point, we gotta go to sleep. And listen, we could do it all over again, Michelle. It's cool. We'll do it again. Not tomorrow. Like maybe in a couple of weeks. Could do another 24-hour one if you want. I'm open. I think we make the concept of love and caring much too complicated. Why do you love someone? Do you have some set of criteria? I like 5'7". I like 5'7". That's really the only one that I could think of. It just kind of keeps happening. I'm being funny. I think that make the concept carrying too much. Why do you love someone? Do you have some set of criteria? Do I love someone currently? Myself. I haven't found my person, but I've been divorced. I've been in a lot of relationships, and I don't have criteria, but I love people that are highly individual. I love people that are passionate about things. I love people that I can share passionate things with. But I believe that a person is their own person. And I come into their life and I can maybe add something to it, but they have to be complete on their own, right? I'm not here to save you. You're not here to save me. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You're not here to tell me what to do. There are things that I do that you may not like, and I will do my best, but I'm not going to stop them unless it's not healthy to me. Um, I think that's kind of like what it's supposed to be. I think the idea is you take two healthy adults that agree to live together and play nicely together. But if anybody decides at any point that this is not for them anymore, they can leave without anything happening. And I think that's all I'm trying to say. It's two people that love each other and live together and they're together, but they have individual existences. And in the moment that something doesn't work for them, they have the right to leave. That's all I'm saying. In the moment, they have the right to leave. And that's okay. Right? The primary purpose of our existence is to love. It has to start with yourself. How hard is that? I mean, like, we know each other's track records, all this stuff that we got caught for, and all the stuff that we didn't get caught for, right? We only know our own track records, and holy shit, Is it embarrassing? I think at this point I'd marry at first sight with an arranged marriage, then navigate dating at 40. Michelle, when does it change? When does it change? Because dating your 30s is one experience, but dating in your 40s, what I was hoping would change is a lot of the vain elements of the human experience have hopefully subsided a bit. So people are more willing to look at us as humans and not for the way that we look. I'd hope that by the time I get there, that's the world we live in. Right? But I don't know. I don't know. What is dating like at 40? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm right there with you soon. But I am curious to hear what that is. That's interesting. Let's do this one. Almost time to switch this. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate I guess some of my best work and thoughts manifested here. I like the exam best. Good point. I mean, like me, I don't know about that. I like the like around 10 o'clock at night until like 1 in the morning. That's like my creative time. But working for yourself, when you work for yourself and you make your own schedule and you don't live with anyone, I almost feel like an alien. I mean, outside of the fact that I'm in his studio talking for 24 hours, which is very strange by myself. Or regular days outside of the studio are very similar in that way, that it's like I don't operate with a 9 to 5. So I don't really have a set time to wake up every day. I don't have a set time to go to sleep every day. I don't really have a weekend. So you just kind of like exist in this ether, this like weird, nobody really follows your schedule. But it's like so disassociating. It's jarring. I feel like having a normal, regular routine, I'm finding is actually like very important to being human, because like once you lose the routine, it's like you're not grounded in reality almost. It's like you need that reset. So yeah, we've been doing a lot more of the making an active effort to do the self-care stuff. That's so boring. I'm just going to smell again anyways. What's the fucking point? I'd rather love and lose rather than never have loved at all. It's truth, man. It's true, Alex. But it hurts. It hurts. I just turned 40 and thought maybe men were matured and secure with who they are. Truth is, their shit isn't together by now. Probably not happen. At least with me, I'm not trying to raise and parent a man child. One of my favorite lines growing up is my mom would say, I have 3 boys, and this one's the biggest one. And she was talking about my dad. And she would say this at church, like with all the people around. And what she's doing is essentially she's insulting my dad in front of a congregation, not literally a congregation, individual, but embarrassing. But there was a lot of truth in that, right? It's like men can be very childlike. We can be very boyish. And sometimes, I think a lot of times, more than we want to admit, what we look for in a partner is our mother. Girls dream of creating their own home and getting married and having a husband and building their own home. And not like literally building, but you know what I mean, like the inside, right? The inside stuff. Home, not house. But men are different. Instead of like women who dream of making their home, men dream of going back to their home. they dream of going back to the kind of unconditional love that they receive from their mothers. We have the issue of we think that is what a relationship with a woman is because it was our original one. So we think that the love that we want to receive from a woman is like the love we receive from our mother because it's the most intimate. We came from her. And then when these women, they can't be our moms, it's jarring. But I think a tiny bit of compassion should be given to some guys because I think some guys really just don't know the difference. They don't get it, right? They don't see it. But I think that if you sit down and you explain it and you walk them through it, they realize like, oh shit, I'm like acting like I want to date my mom. I just want my like somebody like my mom. No, you want to date a mature woman that has her life together, hopefully. And if she doesn't, that's okay. But like in the sense that you're dating somebody that's not your parent, somebody that doesn't necessarily need to love you unconditionally. It's not that kind of deal. It's not the relationship between a mother and a son that is deeply intimate. It's between equals. So just something to think about. I hate the happy wife, happy life thing too. Happy spouse, happy house. Because I think that it creates a really negative narrative, right? I don't think I should make my wife happy at the own cost of my health or like my mental well-being or whatever. So no, it's not a free for all. It's not a free for all. But I do think it's important to like have, support your spouse, but let's not make it highly emotional like that. I have to find the complete opposite of my parents' marriage. Never what I want. Ooh. Yeah, when you don't have a good example to live by, what do you use as your framework? It's like I don't know. I got lucky. My parents are still together. I'm the screw up if anything. I'm the screw up. But I will say that like having a mother and father as a model, it helped me understand what the potential of relationships can be. But yeah, it's a little bit different. Ellie just texted me. You're on the call. Hell yeah, I'm here. Where the fuck else would I be? I'm sorry about my language. All right. Let's see. Ellie, that works at Owwll, has decided to join us at. Ellie, why are you awake right now?
I'm awake because I wanted to, well, I want to share to the Owl community something.
What, like you
Do I
said?
have the
Why are
floor?
you wide awake at 5 in the morning?
Because I'm the most dedicated employee that you will ever meet because I'm getting up at 5 in the morning because I bought Brightline tickets with my own money to go to a networking event, a fucking networking event that starts at 7:30 in the morning in Miami. So I had to get up at 5 in the morning to go to that event. And you know how much I hate getting up early.
And I can't believe you're awake right now.
And this is how much I am dedicated and love the Owl app. So now you know.
And I mean, like we had a long night last night. So when are you done with that shit?
I can't believe I'm awake, honestly. I can't.
When are you done? What's the deal with it?
What?
Well, like, what time does it go till? If maybe I can sneak out and make it.
Oh my god. I don't know what time it goes till, but it starts at 7:30 in the morning.
Why? Who does that? Who schedules these things at 7:30 in the morning?
I don't know. Are you actually still on the podcast right now?
Yeah, I'm about to switch to the 6th one. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
wild.
It's just another day. It's another Monday, girl. I do this shit in my sleep, but I'm doing it awake.
I want to call on Owl though. Call into the show and like tell everyone that.
And then we have it recorded, so Jason has proof of this. But girl, I gotta say, we're fucking elevating. Shit feels good.
I know. Well, I'm just like, I cannot believe I got up at 5 a.m. for this. Like, you know me. Like, I hate the morning.
Ellie,
like,
there is something there for you. There is something there for you. You are leveling up. You're waking up early. There's got to be something for you. God ain't putting you over there at 7:30 in the morning unless there's some epic shit on the other side.
I just like can't believe it. I'm like, I never do this. That's why I'm like, I wanted to call because I'm shocked at myself.
I'm shocked at
like, this is proof like that I did it.
That was the reason why you called. It wasn't like to check in on your friend that he didn't die yet.
Yeah, like that. I'm like, okay, he's alive because I saw you live on the air. So I was like, he's still alive. And I was checking into the live stream last night at like 10:30, 11. You know.
We're still out here.
I told Jason was still there, which I was like, okay.
Yeah, Ishan brought him and his girlfriend on screen.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. I guess it's a thing now.
His girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. It's looking like it. They were sitting a little too close together. That's all right.
Interesting.
Yeah. We could talk about that when I'm not like live on LinkedIn talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, like, these streams are so long. Nobody's gonna find the shit I talked about you. Nobody's gonna find the shit I talked about Jason.
I'm gonna look for the 5 a.m. mark and be like,
Jason! Damn it. Anyways, you can call me on out, or you could just go back to. You can't go back to sleep.
No, I can't. No, I'm actually just like. I think we're both helping each other stay awake right now.
I think that could be a part of it. But yeah.
I'm brushing my teeth.
Are we gonna shower today?
No.
I wouldn't either, right? Like, not.
Like, I'm gonna wear my hair up.
Oh, third day? Are we up to the third day?
No,
or is it...
I showered. What's it called?
She showered on Sunday, guys.
What was it?
You showered on Sunday?
No, wait. What was the day that we all hung out at my house?
That was Saturday, Ellie.
No, Sunday. That was Sunday night. Me, you, and Maddie. That was Sunday night.
I don't know why I like that. Why can't you just fucking shower normally?
I showered Sunday night, okay? So I didn't shower on Monday, and then I'll shower. Showering every other day is reasonable, especially if you don't work out. If I didn't work out, so I smell fine.
I don't know why I'm okay with that. It just kind of makes sense to me, but I think it's gross for normal people.
No, I don't think so.
Do you? All right, we're gonna ask LinkedIn. We're gonna ask LinkedIn right now. Do all of you be honest? Be honest. Don't bullshit me. We'll check your water bill. In the comments. What's that?
Like, so I'm brushing my teeth with my electric toothbrush right now.
Right.
This is, I feel like, something only a singer does. And literally, you're like, sometimes I like harmonize with it. I'm like, because it's like a note. It's like, la, right?
Really? Okay.
And I can be like, la.
Oh my God. Try to meet a note for note.
Harmonizing is my toothbrush.
That is ridiculous.
I feel like I'm like in a dream. I think I'm like half asleep.
I kind of feel like that too, but it's because I'm half awake. Yeah, just three more hours. But interesting that your day's getting started. Mine's kind of like coming to an end. Yeah, I'm gonna need some rest though, so I probably won't see you till later. I don't know. Wednesday? Yeah, maybe. Probably be a better bet. We'll see. No. I'll just risk it. What is she gonna do? She's gonna come in the room every 20 minutes? I mean, yeah, no, I'd say I'll be fine because like you need to focus on that and I need to focus on not being a bitch and just not worrying about my sleep so much. I'll be fine. I don't know. You can't die from not sleeping. I don't think. We'll be good. Not for 24 hours.
I didn't sleep for like 30 days.
That is hilarious.
It was crazy.
Ellie,
Like,
you're.
I couldn't sleep.
But this is the part that gets me.
My body started shutting down. I wasn't eating. It was like,
Oh, that's my favorite. Yeah, when you just have a full body shutdown.
4 hour span is nothing to me.
Okay, so we're good. I'm not gonna die. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you.
Please, God, let Jonathan be alive.
Just let me be alive. Just a little longer. I don't have a lot left to do here, but we'll stick around a little longer.
You have to finish my website before
That is fucking hilariously selfish. But no, you're serious, but I like that. I don't mind it. You are serious. Are you though? You're kind of serious. But I would like it if you were serious. That's like kind of real though. Just own it. Okay, you're totally joking. Okay, I feel better now, but it's fine. I would take the website over you. I'm kidding. Okay, so here we go. Michelle's chiming in. It was a joke, Ellie. Chill. Shower every day, sometimes 2 times. But fun fact, I didn't learn until I went to I went to barber school. You shouldn't wash your hair every day, and you should shampoo twice with hot water and conditioner with cold water. You can actually strip the hair out of the natural oils. Overwashing. Oh no.
My ex-boyfriend would say that, like, also your body has oils that you shouldn't shower every day either.
Ooh, is that where you developed the habit, or this is a lifelong thing?
Lifelong thing.
Okay, so you're glad there's excuses we can use.
Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate your transparency. That's very well. Actually,
That's like the Sin and I play a game like at Christmas when we're like lazy and don't, like, it's like Christmas vacation, right?
right.
Don't leave the couch and you just like watch TV and like movies, and like we would have this thing where we would just like not shower and like stay in our Christmas pajamas for like 3 days, and we're like, who can not shower the longest?
What? How many kids? Like, was his cousins or just you and your sister? That like, is that even a competition?
We just like lay on the couch and like watch movies in our pajamas for 3 days, and we're like, I guess we should shower after.
That is like you didn't feel like crusty. There's a point where you get crusty.
You feel like good. Like, oh well.
What did your poor mother think of that?
She doesn't care.
Your mom didn't care that you showered regularly.
I mean, I do shower regularly. It's just a Christmas tradition. Like,
Oh, so she understood that it was just like, yeah, Lee, but like after you turn 30, like we need to like.
you need to, it depends. Like, if you're you don't need to shower every day. Unless you're working out. If I'm working out, yes, I'm going to shower always. But like,
Low activity, didn't do much.
out, like, then, which I didn't work out yesterday. Which I'm staying live on the self accountable. Boom.
Boom, you made it. Let's see if Jason can give you $100 real, or he's gonna give you Owwll credit instead. For like actually following through and waking up at 7:30. I feel like you should be rewarded for that. That's very unusual for you.
At 5 a.m. You mean not 7:30?
It's very unusual for you to be awake at 5 a.m. Yes,
I know.
like you should get like $100 or something. I'll put in a word for you.
And how is my body just like, what are you doing? I just like laid there for a while.
Yeah, like when do you think was the last time you had to wake up at an unreasonably early time?
But I was actually like anxious about this. I couldn't even tell you the last 5 a.m. on purpose.
You were anxious about waking up early?
Yeah, like, and then I was thinking about like joy. Like, literally, I'm not even kidding.
Shh.
Like, joy could like literally do these crazy races
It's different. It's different.
About all of our like podcasts and conversations, and I was like, and that was getting even more. I was like, maybe I'm focusing on too many things. Like that one guy, Darren, was there, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like.
Like, why are you so annoying? It's like, if the whole world says it's green, why is Ellie like, nah, still think it's blue, bitches? It's blue, bitches. And by the way, stop fucking my business deals with fucking Manny. Tell him about my fake followers and shit.
I just told him to pay.
I don't actually, Ellie, I don't care. I'm talking about this on LinkedIn. I really don't care.
I told him that he's going to get value not from the. Because he said he doesn't want to be an influencer, and I said that's perfect. Because John's going to get the actual, real paying clients and set up actual systems for your business. That's what the value is, not because he just doesn't understand social media. And I'm like, this bullshit crap.
Yeah, don't.
And I told him about that social media is bullshit crap, and he was like, okay.
But he
So he
knows.
didn't
He sat here for 12 hours. He has to see that. It's kind of obvious.
Well,
You know? We're all like woo woo, hyper positive and shit. You know. Why'd you take a bright line? Why would you take a bright line? Ellie, the traffic's not that bad. You take the express lane. It would take you 45 minutes to get to Miami. You already bought the bright line, didn't you?
I already bought it.
Yeah, so now you have to take it. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, it says 1 hour.
Oh. Oh, okay. That's not, but it's 5, right? Is it 5 a.m. right now?
Yeah, you know what? I didn't think. I just like assumed it was gonna be fucking crazy, and it's 5 now, 5:30 now. But by the time I get close,
Yeah. You're right. That's the truth, Michelle. I wake up around 4. What is it?
I'll send you a picture.
Is it black and gold?
It's one of Heidi's hand-me-downs that she gave me.
A Heidi hand-me-down original.
Like I actually was like, it's not the cutest outfit, but it's the cutest outfit for a free hand-me-down.
That is hilarious. I know exactly what that means. It's like this was my favorite of this situation. Hell yeah, girl. It's fucking fire. Hell yeah. That is a vibe. Hell yeah. You know what? The only thing I'm conflicted about is the belt gold. It would have been nice, but I think it's silver. It still looks nice. Okay. But you see what I mean? Yeah. Just remember the beige shoes, like it adds a little length. That's a little, you know. I mean, if you're gonna fucking be picky about shit, but it's really not that serious. What's that? I do not know what that means, but I believe you. Like where, like when I'm like, okay, so like, what are the upper echelons, right? You got the you got the red bottoms. You got the red bottom shoes, right? It's like where do they fall in that? Those are too nice.
Any woman knows what a Manolo Blahnik is. They're like shoes that are freaking expensive, like Sex in the City. You watch it, she's all about her Manolo Blahnik, and that's what she spends all of her money on.
All of her money on it? Jesus.
And so, like, these shoes were like, really, my mom was like, I never like bought shoes this expensive before, and then thought they were extremely uncomfortable and gave them to me.
That is fucking hilarious. What a fucking win. Mom comes through, dude.
I know. I was like, yes.
Yes. I picked up my mom's failure. You know? All right, girl. I gotta switch this shit over. Switch this shit over. There we go. you can witness the shift, the change, the switch over that I actually did it. I didn't break shit. Did you have a new Instagram thing? What the fuck? All right, I gotta wait for the new link to come in. I'm gonna do my thing, girl. Thanks for. I'm gonna be the most alive. Thank you for checking though. Jason should be here in less than an hour though. Or no, he's coming. Fuck, he's coming at 8:30. All right, I got a couple of hours. I got a couple of hours before he comes in, but I'll be perfectly fine. You can check in later. I'll be here.
Okay.
All right, girl. All right, talk soon. Bye. All right, we got to do the switch. Fucking switch. Starting to get hungry. You not send it. Oh shit. We are feeling it now. We are tired, but I only got a couple hours to go. So we're just gonna get through this right now. Ellie. Oh, what is this life? What is this life? Just survive it, buddy. Just survive it. And now we're just waiting to switch over to the final one. Should be relatively soon. We're going to switch to the final one. There we go. Yay, we found it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Enter studio. Will you look at that? Hey, friends. It looks like we're on the final stream. Is this the final one? We ran over a little early. I ran over a little bit early. It's fine. You guys will come hang out and it'll be a great final few hours. Nobody's going to find this because nobody's watching this right now. So it doesn't really matter. But yeah, somewhere in the 24-hour stream, this will be lost somewhere in there and somebody's going to watch this. Wasn't quite the same as the last two. This one, it feels like a reflection of what I'm going through on like my personal life. It has been a little bit lonely. It has been less people. It has been less connection. But learning to stand on my own 2 feet. I can do this by myself. We don't need anyone, but it's nice to have people. People like Ellie checking up on me at 5:30 in the fucking morning. Ishan hanging out with me. I am very supported. I love you guys and I appreciate you. And there's Michelle. There's always one. There's always one. There's always somebody that just hangs out, and Michelle's the MVP of this session. I'm gonna make sure that Jason hears that. And we'll make sure that we make it worth your time. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for hanging out. We got 3.5 hours left. I'm gonna take a quick little break. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we will rock and roll this thing for the final 3.5 hours. We don't have much left to go from here. Not a lot to go. But man, oh man, has it been a good time. While we're here, I'm starting to get kind of like this stomach pain, which I guess could be happening after a certain amount of hours. That could be a thing. Ella. Hey, does anyone want to go check out my profile right now? Because I think I just lost it. I think LinkedIn just took me down. Can you guys maybe tag LinkedIn help? I just had my 24-hour stream get cut from my page. Looks like it's working everywhere else, just not me. I got my page cut. So yeah, if you guys can check for me, let me know. Just so that you guys can see what I can see. This is my screen right now. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says that your LinkedIn network is down or something, and it'll be up in a little while. I mean, nobody's awake, but I'm assuming something about this cut me off. So just let me know, guys. Tag LinkedIn help. Not that I really give a shit, but it'd be cool if I could get out of band land. Like, I'm doing a good thing. I'm not even cheating. I am not even cheating, LinkedIn. Oh, boy. So, here we are. I think we're back. Gee whiz. Thanks, guys. Part 4 got some good engagement. I'll give you guys a little rundown of some of the numbers so far. Let's see. So I got 2,000 for the first one. Not bad. 1,000 for the second one. Let's see. 889 for the third one. That one was weak. That one was a little weaker. That was good. Let's see. Okay. Profile looks good. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for chiming in. You're a rock star. We're good. Thank you, Michelle. Then 4, we got Luke Matthews that chimed in for part 4. He couldn't make it for the rest. That's okay. Part 5, a little lower. Part 6, part 7. There we go. All right, guys. Well, we're hanging tight. We are hanging tight. Hanging tight over here. Let's see. Send you some screenshots saying you're live. Good. Good to know. So we are live. Awesome. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for keeping the fort down. So now that we're here, this is the final. This is home base. This is where we're going to end things. I'm going to run to the bathroom, but thanks for keeping the fort down, guys. We're just cleaning up a little bit. How we doing over there? Chella, how you doing, girl? Great to see some of y'all coming through for the morning. Well, I haven't been hanging out thinking I'd get anything. No. See, Michelle, we get things. We can't, like, it's not fair. It's not fair to, like, put so much effort towards helping us with stuff and then not getting anything out of it. That's not fair. That's not cool. You get something. Ugh. Okay. Third 24-hour show. Almost on the lock. Not as epic as the other ones, but we love it just the same. Saying you're live. Cool. Thanks. Here we are. Doing 24-hour streams. Let's see, we got some new notifications. That is a cool thing. It is a cool thing when everybody jumps in. It's just not as cool as it used to be. If you guys want me to talk, feel free. I already got something. Oh, it was a great conversation while working on these lawsuits and vision board wall. This has you're so sweet, Michelle. Thank you. But you know we're not like that. We like to go above and beyond too. So thank you. Thank you. Where was everybody today? Where are all my friends at? Okay, Angie's cool. I don't know who the fuck that is. Okay, so boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It was a little bit of a bump. Yeah. 4 and 7, so 7. So 3 plus 5, 8 plus 3 is 11 or 17. Either way. I already got something. Oh, I'll send you some screenshots. Yeah. So here we are, friends. Your marketing, branding questions, stuff we've committed the last 5 years to learn how to do for you guys. Why don't we talk about some other hacks, other LinkedIn hacks? It's the stuff that I was known for. Might as well share some stuff for those of you that may be watching and you want to start making some videos for yourself. Um, there's so many formats and there's so many little tricks and things that make videos great. But there's a couple of elements that are essential. Like the very first one, a hook. Like it doesn't matter if it's your YouTube title. It doesn't matter if it's like an in-video hook, like it's something on screen, text. The image, like how is the person coming into camera? Is it a cool different direction? Is there a zoom in? Is there a zoom out? Is there some accessory in their hair? Is there sunglasses? I'm looking for something that looks a little bit different or unusual. Capture my attention. That's what a hook does. A hook just makes you curious enough that you have to scratch the itch, right? And that's what makes content great, at least in the beginning, is having a fantastic hook. And then after that, you need a way to connect with people. You know, the hook is the knock on the door that gets you to open it, but then you need something to get people to buy into you so that you can walk into their house, you know? So, and the way that you do that is through storytelling, through connection, right? Like we shared earlier on the call, you know, when it comes to creating connection with people, there's a lot of universal themes that we can all relate to, right? So, in the same way, like, what are the universal themes that you can relate back to this piece of content that you're creating? What's the message behind it? And how can we get down to like the roots of whatever it is? Because oftentimes we have the responsibility of teaching our audience about our industry terms and our labels and things. They don't know about it, they don't care about it, but we need to educate and inform, right? So, how do we do that? Again, it's like those relatable scenarios where we can relate with the people that are experiencing the pain of not having our solution. What are those obstacles that they face every day? And then again, like I said, getting to the root of it. So like let me use an example. You know, um somebody would want to hire, we'll use me as an example because I guess it's just easier. Like let's say that somebody wants to hire me for video coaching, right? Like, well, why do they want to make videos? They want to generate, and this is the process that you kind of have to take yourself down. Like, well, what is the purpose of my video? I want to generate leads for my business, right? Okay, I want to generate leads. How can I reverse engineer this process? Well, I really need to, I guess, like I want a customer, but I need to understand the customer. I need to understand what are all of my customers' obstacles and how my offer provides a solution to all of those obstacles, right? If that's the way it works. And then it's just a matter of creating those obstacles, like it's presenting those obstacles in a way that they're familiar with and how your solution solves it, right? They need to easily and clearly understand how your solution can give them hope that this time, whatever the challenge is, it'll work for them, right? And then we reinforce those beliefs with quick wins because we've all been there before. You pay for something up front, whether it's a digital course or, you go see a movie, whatever. There's times in our lives where we're going to have to pay things before we experience it, right? Because the work has to get done. So when we're having this experience or when we're taking people down this path, and did I lose my thought? Absolutely, because we're up to 20 hours, but we're doing our best. Other things that make videos really stand out, obviously captions. I mean, that's the most basic and simple. You need captions because this is something that came from Facebook, but I still apply it as if it were LinkedIn. 84% of your audience watches their videos with the screen turned off. Now, what does that tell us? That tells us that we need to have captions every single time because how is that person consuming content? They might be in the bathroom, they might be in the office, they might be sitting on the couch watching a TV show, whatever. They don't have the audio on. That's why it's our responsibility to add captions, right? So we got it. Seeking Knowledge podcast. Jonathan, your GOAT. Thank you. And Chella, you the best, girl. Thanks for being here. Chella is the number one LinkedIn power user. Nyla, how you doing? Okay, I'm gonna send you my final link, and you and I are gonna end this strong. All right? Yes. Oh, beautiful. All right, Nyla, I'm sending you the link right now, okay? Just open this up, and you're going to join me on my stream. And Nyla, no pressure, but we have 16 streams connected. We've already generated 4.7 million views, and I am so happy that you're going to be joining us. So go ahead. Yes, jump in, Nyla. Let me know when you got the link, and I will see you shortly. All right? Just be you. Just be you, Nyla. That's all we need you to do. Just be you. So Nyla's going to be joining us in a moment. And Nyla's amazing. We've been working a long time together. When I think about my personal marketing, because doctors exist in a world of so many organizations that help, I try to find strategies that display the why me, or like, why do you think you better than any other established companies? I like to highlight areas I focused. That's perfect. Exactly. I always focus where the hurt is, right? Organizations that help. I try to find strategies that displays why me, or like, why do you think you're better? This is so much to unpack. I can't wait until Nyla's done so that we can get back to this. Chella is Owwll famous. No, you're just famous. When you're Owwll famous, you're just famous. That's just how it works. It's like being LinkedIn famous. You're just famous. Chella's just famous. Oh boy, I'm having too much fun here. We are having too much fun. Boy, oh boy, boy. I kind of wish, like, if it was just like just if we could just like move the camera just like a couple inches that way, it'd be great. If I could have it in my face, even better. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna move it. Like, who makes the rules? I fucking make the rules. I'm here by myself. I could bring the camera closer if I want to. Why not? I'm gonna do that. Nobody's here. Nobody's controlling me. Ugh. I just wanted a little bit more of an intimate experience. I want to get a little closer to you guys. I mean, that's good enough. That works. Ugh. And we're going to open up the lines relatively soon, so we can start taking calls on Owls. On the Owls.
Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it?
Hey. Cool stuff. All right. You should. Are you in now? Are you sure about that? There we go. Oh, we need you in part 6. Well, what's this? Okay, let's see. That's part 5. Let's see. There we go. Nyla, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Jonathan? Great to join you today on a. It's Tuesday for me. For you, it's still Monday, I suppose. No, Tuesday, right?
We're in Tuesday too.
It's Tuesday, yeah. Tuesday. What time is it? 7?
Over here we are up to 5:55 in the morning, 6 a.m.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we have been doing
Great.
since what time? 9 a.m. yesterday. So we got 3 hours to go, and we reached the 24. Nyla, we made it.
Okay.
So I want to hang out with my friend. I want to hang out with one of my best friends. Nyla is my best girlfriend while I stay single for now. So, and I just wanted to share people because they haven't been able to witness all the magic that we've been creating and just like the background, the story, because there's so many layers to this. I feel like Nyla's like a war buddy. We've just been through a lot together in a very short period of time. But Nyla, I want to bring people in because like I know your brilliance and I know your potential. And let me tell you guys, like I have my days when I'm like very not on point. And Nyla is one of those people that always picks me back up. She's somebody that doesn't give up. She keeps going. And like everybody deserves to have a Nyla in their life to continue to push them. And we're gonna talk about that.
I
We're
could
gonna
say the same about you.
You've coached me a lot, and we'll talk about it. But Nyla, please, like, if you can properly introduce yourself in the way that only Nyla could, introduce yourself. Introduce also like who you are as a person, your style, your aura, your energy. It's infectious. Bring us into Nyla's world a little bit.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Naila Musa. I'm an occupational psychologist for over 20 years, but I'm also an executive coach and I'm passionate about high performance. I'm a high performer myself. Like, I love to live on edge, and I think that my living by example, striving every day to step into the best of who I can be, whether that is in my health, in my learning, in the way that I serve, in the way that I do relationships, in the way that I interact with people, is really what inspires my clients and everyone around me. Not to boost, but like, it's like living in that way. It's for the long haul. We hear often about high performance at work, especially, and my other clients that I serve are executives, C-level executives, CEOs, startup founders, leaders that are leading multinational companies that have a lot of responsibility to on the weight of their shoulders. But the new era that I'm inspiring my clients and my community to step into is what I call the sophisticated executive, which I'm all about. I love to be a high performer, but I also love it with a twist. I love to have fun, just like we do, Jonathan. We want it
Absolutely,
to be
absolutely.
right. We don't want to be boring, and I don't want, like, executives don't want to be stuck in the office. Like, they are
Right,
extras, they are high achievers,
right.
they are getters, they are at the height of their career. They want to be peak performers, but they also don't want to miss out on life. They want to travel, they want to have the luxury things, the first class travel, being in Paris, enjoying a fine dining experience, having meals with their family, and having fun. So I'm all about having fun
Mm-hmm.
while also being your best. And that is a new challenge, right? Already being a high performer is not a given. To be in the top 95%, to do what regular people are not willing to do, to put in that amount of work, dedication, consistency, but it's about doing it till you are dead, right? It's for the long haul. And to do that, you want to enjoy the ride. That's what I'm all about. It's about living every day like I'm on vacation. I
Yes.
don't, it's not about running away from the life that I have right now. It's about, and that's what I want for all my clients and for your audience that are listening. We get to have it all without sacrificing our health, our relationship, our mental well being, physical well being, emotional well being. There is a different way to do things. And that's what I coach in my sophisticated executive coaching program, which is open right now for enrollment. We have 3 months left, and I can't wait for the right people to join in because, like, my CEO clients that are new in their CEO role, first year on a Tuesday afternoon, take the plane, fly to Paris, eating a croissant, sipping in a cafe,
Stop it.
dining in a Michelin star restaurant, staying in a luxurious hotel in Champs-Élysées, doing shopping at Gare Lafayette, but also attending to their priorities, having their team meeting, doing their executive coaching. They don't feel stuck in an office. They don't feel that they need to sacrifice their life because they have to shoulder their responsibilities. I'm all about that.
And I have to say it, I love that. And here's why. Because like when you take that executive out of their atmosphere and when you give them that personalized attention where they can feel seen and heard, because you know how it is, like executives, they'll come home, they've got kids, they've got dinner, they've got all those things going on. How often does an executive really get one-on-one attention and have that opportunity to really be seen? How
Yes.
frequently does that happen? Probably not that often, right? So, but with that experience, you're taking them out of their environment and they're giving them new stimulus so that they can think in a different way. And then you reinforce that by providing them with a safe place to go with their feelings where they won't be judged. Not only that, but you'll actually guide them to their next level. You'll elevate them. That's what it felt like going through your process, Nyla, because it is something that like it's the internal work, and we don't realize like how much that internal work actually impacts our external world. And I think a lot of men try to hold in a lot of their feelings, Nyla, and I'm sure you've seen a ton of that. But can you talk us through that? How do you start to change some of these executives' behavior? Because I'm sure there's people listening here that they could use a little bit of guidance. So how do you start to change that?
Yeah. So, like you said, first of all, it's about being seen and heard, right? In a safe space. Executives, they are all about confidentiality. They don't want to appear weak, right? They have to have that. They have to have it all together to inspire and lead a team and all the employees, right? So when they come work with me, it's a safe place, very confidential, but it's also about to understand how to change behavior. It starts with having that self-awareness. Like we say, knowledge is king, right? It starts with showing them how they are currently operating, and we do that with really mirroring back to them how they are doing, how they are performing at work, whether that is with a very innovative leadership assessment, and then diving deeper into that assessment with them, giving them insight into really helping them understand how they are showing up, what they perceive as their strength, what are they confident about, and also about their internal insecurities, what's in their head, what are the self-doubts, what are the self-doubts that are leading them to second guess their decisions, that are making them overwork. All those stems from insecurities, and they show up very differently depending on individuals. So we look at those insights, and when they begin to see how they perform under pressure, how their very strength can become the very thing that sabotage their career and their reputation, how the things that they are very confident about, like for you, Jonathan, what are the thing that, what would be the trait you would say is your asset, the thing that you can do in your sleep for you?
This I could
Like,
do this in my sleep. I could talk for 24 hours straight. I could do that.
but
Yeah.
be more specific. What is a trait that you demonstrate, that you can lean on, that you have confidence about?
Can we say communication?
Okay, yes, communication.
Okay.
If we say even more leading to that, would you say you are an extrovert, is someone that loves to be around people? One of the
Yes,
components?
I think more so than not. Yes, I do agree. Yes.
Can you see now, when you think about how confident you are about that strength, can you look at an example of where that very strength of yours has played against you?
Yes, of course. And it can, but not often. Not
Yes.
often.
Well, can you give us an example of how that happened
Oh,
for you?
absolutely. So communication can be used for good and for bad. Sometimes subconsciously we manipulate people without intending to. Sometimes we manipulate them with the intention to, right? And I think it can be used for good and it can be used for bad at the same rate. It's all about what we do with that control.
And then, for example, being the center of attention as an extrovert, it's a good thing, right? To be extrovert, all of it is good, whether you're an introvert or an extrovert. But if
Right.
you're an extrovert, can you see how, if you're in a team meeting, you can monopolize the attention and not giving
Absolutely.
flow
Yes.
and
Yes.
not
Of course.
done? Yes, to be such a ball of energy, you just want all the limelight on you, and you miss out on in precious insights from your team. Like for me, I'll give you an example. I'm a logical thinker. I could argue with you till the cows come home, right? I could argue logically because I have that logical mind. But can you see how that could play against me if I'm under stress, if I feel a threat, if I feel like I was under attack? I would create conflict. I would argue. I would get aggressive. I would create tension in a relationship or in a team setting. And I've done that before. I was aware of where those very strengths were playing against me. So that is something so important, so precious, so massive for executives to really understand how they are performing, how to have clarity and insight on that is the very first step to behavior change.
I love that. I love that. And when you're going through this process with an executive, are you met with a lot of resistance? Or do you feel like, for the most part, people are good about taking your advice? Do you get a lot of resistance? Because this is why I'm envisioning it. If somebody is considering your offer, Nyla, like the ask, what you're going to be expecting of them, how open they're going to have to be for this to work for them. So, like, can you talk to me a little bit about that? Do you get a lot of resistance from CEOs? Do you feel like, yeah, like these are some really big beliefs we have to overcome? Talk to me about that a little bit. What are some of the biggest obstacles you have with them?
Yeah, so the biggest obstacles, they can be in denial, but when they come to me, when they are ready to take, because when they are ready to be at that stage, when they are done, they are just
Done.
over.
Such a good
Yes,
point. Yeah.
yes. At that point, they have to be really honest on how they are showing up in the boardroom, how they are not having the impact they want, how they don't feel respected, how they don't feel that they are wielding their power or their influence. They feel resentment, they feel a lack of confidence, and they feel like, they should know everything. They should take on all the hats. They have confusion, or they procrastinate, and that is costing them a lot. And when I ask them, at what cost?
Mm.
What is the cost of their behaviors? What is the cost of how they are currently operating from where they are? Because look at those people, they are very ambitious. They are not there by accident.
Right.
But if they are coming for help at that stage, they know that it's costing them.
Yeah.
And because it's costing them in terms of reputation, in terms of impact, in terms of salary raise as well, because they have low self-confidence, they can't negotiate the salary they want, or it's costing them their body image, they are not taking care of themselves, or
Right.
their health, or conflict in their family, they have to own that, because that's the first step. Unless you own it, I can't do that for them unless they accept that reality that they are facing. And sometimes it takes you a lot of time, right, to be able to own it. But once you do, once you realize that it's affecting, it's costing you, then it's just a matter of really being able to own the responsibility of activating your personal power. Because I'm all for solutions, right? We are all for solutions. We are not here to play on the insecurities and the fears of people. We are
Right.
all about helping people,
I love
right?
that. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Like, and the fact that you can highlight these gifts that you've cultivated, because Nyla, watching your evolution over the last year, seeing how confident you become, can you speak to that a little bit? Like, as you've kind of like developed and found your voice, it's beautiful to hear you share and articulate, and and the way that you develop your message. Can you talk about finding yourself? Because I feel like within helping a CEO, you're helping them find themselves in a way, you know? So
Cool.
can you speak to your own journey a little bit?
I can remember first time we worked last year, was it like, I think it was in April last year, 2023, we started working together. I was so shy on camera, Jonathan.
Okay, but
Like,
promise, do not make this about me. Do not. We don't do this here, Nyla. So you can talk about the experience. You can't talk about anything that I did. This is about Nyla. This is about
yeah,
you. This is
so,
about
but
your.
yeah, like, it's like, it was a journey of discovery to step into my confident self and owning all the insecurities and overcoming all the fears one by one, to be fully seen and heard and to express ourselves with impact. Because the more we can do that, the more we can create impact, right? Unless we do that, I think video, as you know, is a very important component of branding, of marketing. And unless we can put ourselves out there and make our clients, our prospect, people that we want to help feel our energy, feel who we are, we cannot impact. We cannot impact the way that we need to. So it's all about, it was a journey to really, it took a lot of courage. I can tell you that. And
Mm.
a lot of videos afterwards, and right, with your support as well. We are here. Still a lot to learn, still a lifelong journey, but I think we've come a long way. I've come a long way with the right support. You've got to have the right team, the people that hype you up. That is very important. I saw that somewhere. You have to have a hype person, Jonathan, right? You have your own hype people that
Of
hype you
course.
up.
We need
We
it, right?
we need that hype person that tell you, you've got this, you've got this, and then looking at the details where you have to improve, to do the micro improvement. It's not about perfection, it's about progressing and stepping into improving yourself and getting better. And you've done a good job at doing that with me as well, Jonathan.
Thank
And
you.
I think I do that with my clients, but we all need that. Whether it's me, it's you, it's executives, it's leaders, it's startup founders, we all need that external perspective, because we can't see what we can't see, right? It takes an expert to see the nuance. It takes that attention to detail to
Oh,
have.
sorry, Nyla. Sorry. I see your LinkedIn profile. Hey, John, great to see you. You're doing great. 41 minutes. Okay. I think we may have lost audio for a second. We can't
Okay.
hear her. At least I can't. Amazing friends. I'm just catching up. Maybe I should restart. We can't hear her. She would. Should we be here? Okay. You're on. I can hear you. So I don't know what's going on there. But let's just switch the link just in case. Here, just give me a second, Nyla. I'm going to pull up the new link just in case. And here we are. Okay, Nyla, I'm sending this to you now.
Where are you sending it?
I'm going to send it. I think I could just drop it in the StreamYard here. Let's see. So can you see the comments or no? I think I have the chat I could pull up. Let's see. Where's the chat? Present. Invite. Okay, right here. Wait, no, that's layout. You know what? Let me. Oh shit, I don't have it here. Let me just send it to your email. All right. Control V. All right. And we're gonna do to John. All right. How are you feeling, Nyla? Do you like this? Do you like the format? You're doing amazing. Holy shit.
Oh, you think so? When you called me, I just woke up. It was
No,
like I just woke up. But like I listened to you yesterday. But like I saw like what is his name? Amsterdam guy.
Simon, yeah.
Simon came on. I said maybe Jonathan is not going to call me today, so
stop it! No,
maybe you forgot about.
No, I need a Nyla at the end because that's what everybody shows up. What are you talking about? I saved you for the best part.
So then, yeah.
How many times have I told you the end is always the best part? It's when everybody comes. So
yeah.
we need to for that.
You send me on WhatsApp. Can you send me on my email, please? So that because I'm on my PC, I can't do it on my phone.
Yes, of course. I got you. Okay, so it's going to come from Ellie's email because I'm using her computer. Okay, so you should see it. Let me know if you receive it. I'm going to hop into this one.
What email did you send?
I think to the Gmail, and it came from Ellie. That's his assistant.
Okay,
all right,
yeah,
let me
yeah.
make
Okay, I'm going to jump to. But you send the same one. The same link, Jonathan.
Let me.
I just forwarded it. It's the same link.
Okay, try to enter again. Just.
What did you say?
Just give me a second. Just 1 second. I'm leaving this.